I see that some of you guys think I'm late. I think there's a discrepancy on the clocks. The streaming service clock seems like it's a minute off from my computer clock. But we're here. Thanks for joining me. I see Brian, Ian, Chris. Thanks, guys. Nice to see you. Figured we'd just jump in and do a live tool haul because I haven't done it in a while, and I was getting some requests for doing a live one. So I thought Saturday night, if you're not doing anything else and you want to hang out for a little bit and look at some tools and talk about tools, and after an hour or so, this usually devolves into some other things. So we'll have some fun. Sergio, nice to see you. Hey, Pat, Mid-Atlantic Tools. Mark, nice to see you. All right, let's get this thing rolling. Can everyone hear me okay, by the way? I think my mic's working right. I just don't have audio myself, so I can't hear what I'm saying. So let me know if you can't hear me. Put it that way. All right. The reason I've got so many tools this week is because I was out this past week for some hand surgery, getting some carpal tunnel, and one of my fingers was locking up due to a tendon problem. So got that taken care of, and I'm getting ready to get back at it this coming week. So this prior week, I'm just sitting around healing up because I couldn't even lift anything with my hand the way it was. So when you're off the road in this business, your deliveries keep coming in, but I wasn't out to actually deliver them. Thanks, Ian. Appreciate the feedback. I'm not out to deliver them, so I got this accumulating deliveries and restocks of stuff. So between all the special order tools that I have here, plus my regular restock items, I got a pretty good tool haul. So figured it'd be a nice chance to go over some stuff. And there's been some questions on the last few videos that I posted about some stuff, so we can talk about that in real time. And I'd love to get a bunch of different opinions of all you guys and see what you think on this stuff, and just have a lot of fun. So let me get caught up in the chat. I see there's a bunch of comments going on. Pat, my hand's really good. It's in fact, you can see there's one incision, there's another incision. This is for the carpal tunnel, and this is for to release the trigger finger. I got the same scars on this hand. There's my trigger finger. There's my carpal tunnel. This was done about a month ago. This was done Tuesday. So the healing's going along just fine. I can almost make a good strong fist, but I'm still having a hard time closing this finger where it's going to take some stretching to get things back to where it needs to be. But the pain from my carpal tunnel is gone, which means I can pretty much sleep through the night now without waking up due to pretty bad arm pain. So big improvement. So I'm really stoked to get that behind me. And then I got another surgery coming up for my foot, which has the same problem called tarsal tunnel syndrome. So I'll get that taken care of and hopefully start getting some quality of life back where I've been putting it off for a long time. Hey, Robert Nitz, good to see you. Glad you're part of the stream. Brian, yes, my hammer hurts. My hammer hurts when I hit it with my hand. My hand doesn't hurt when I hit it with a hammer. Ian, what I was surprised when I talked to the doctor about that was he said it is the most common hand surgery that they do. I had never even heard of it. I didn't know what it was. One morning I woke up and my finger I bent my finger. It wouldn't, and my finger it stuck like that. I'd have to use my other finger to open it back up again. I had no idea what the problem was. And so it gets stuck and it would hurt. And when I talked to the doctor about that, I knew I had carpal tunnel already, but I didn't know about the trigger fingers. And he explained it to me. I'd never heard of it, but he said it's so common. It's the number one surgery that he does. And the coincidence was after I got my first hand done, I'm talking to a customer about it. He goes, yeah, the same thing happens to my finger. And sure enough, his ring finger too, locking up. So I guess it's more common than I thought. And it's the easiest thing. 15 minutes in the OR. I know some doctors do it in the office. But I went to to a surgery facility for it. 15 minutes once they got me prepped, and it couldn't be easier. I just had them numb up the hand with a local anesthetic. I didn't go under, but I know some people do. Really, I think it's up to your preference. you feel. I mean, when they're working there, you feel it, and it's uncomfortable, but it doesn't hurt. So, I mean, if you have some tolerance for pain, you don't even need anesthesia, general anesthesia rather, just some local stuff in the hand. But yeah, it was a breeze, and I guess different doctors have different techniques that they use, but mine does it endoscopically. So they insert this little tool where they slide in an endoscope and then a little knife to just cut the tendon band, and easy peasy. A couple of absorbable stitches in there. You don't have to take anything out. Simple. Yeah, Pat, I'll be back at my I'll be back at it soon enough. Hey, Theo from Country Mile Garage. Good to see you, buddy. Glad you jumped on. Paul Jr. asked how much pain it was post-op. Zero pain. It was you mean you knew work was done. It felt a little sore, but it was more like just like pressure in mainly my palm here, and then like if I bent my hand wrong or tried to use it too soon, you'd feel like a twinge of pain up in the finger, but no pain at all. I didn't have to take any pain relievers. The doctor prescribed just taking Aleve or Tylenol or something like that, but I didn't have to do that. I pain free, med free. It was very very quick. And this was done Tuesday. I'll be back at it, Monday. I'm not going to have full grip strength for a while, maybe a few weeks, but they give you exercises of stretching your tendons and doing stuff like this and making fists and bending your fingers and working your carpal tunnel by stretching your thumb. I do that a few times a day, and before too long, you're back at it. This hand here is almost 100% now. Ian, it was. I don't know. I think I had carpal tunnel for about 4 years before I got it taken care of because I didn't have a good good insurance plan. But now that I do, I decided to get it taken care of. Yeah, every day, every night, sleeping is almost impossible because you feel the pain just radiate up your arm. It wakes you up. So maybe an hour or two, you can't ever get really comfortable. It's brutal. So it was a long time of just dealing with it and waiting until I could get it taken care of. But now it's like night and day right off the bat. So the pain goes away instantly, and then just have whatever post-op, recovery to do, which doesn't take long. Hey, Jonathan Sherwood, good to see you, my friend. Glad you're here. Thank you for encouraging everyone to hit the like button. Yeah, and if you haven't, please do. If you haven't subscribed, I'd really love your subscription on the channel. We've been growing nicely for the last few years, and I'd love to see that continue to grow. So thanks everyone for your support. I appreciate you showing up tonight. Getting involved in the chats is always fun. I love the side conversations that go on, and just getting people involved is always fun. And we got some great personalities here tonight. I can't wait. Hey, Sarah Mobile, good to see you. Joe Mama's here. Yeah, it's a good crew. All right, so as usual, I'll be showing you some tools. We'll be talking about them, and then we'll get caught up in the chat on the side, and maybe we'll have some guests later on tonight. Who knows? We'll see how this all pans out. But in the meantime, we're gonna talk tools. So let's start. I'm surrounded by them on the floor, so I'm gonna have to turn away from the camera while I pick up the next tool. Okay, Tech is your first live. Welcome. Glad you're here. Feel free to get in on the conversation, chat in the sidebar with guys, ask questions to me or other people if you want. This is a really good, friendly, knowledgeable group of experienced guys here. Everyone's happy to share the knowledge, share their experiences. It's been great to get to know the folks who have jumped on so far, and thank you for jumping on. Now I get to know you too, and it's just fun to grow the community a little bit. All right, let's jump in. Starting from the left. Oh, am I showing you the best one first? Maybe. It's a brush. This is a brush that you can screw a long handle into. It's a soft bristle, so it's safe for car finishes and stuff. So if you want to wash your car with it, you can. That's going to a customer who specifically asked for it. I don't know why. I don't know what his application is, but he does a lot of work at home as well as in the shop professionally. So, he may just want it to clean his cars at home. But these are nice soft bristle brushes, built very well. There's a very dense bristle pattern there, so it's going to last you a long time with a nice high density plastic or polymer body to it, and rubber bumpers all around. So it even has a little safety feature that if you knock it into something, you're going to minimize any damage. Not that you'd scratch it anyway because it's plastic, but some added safety with the rubber bumper. I know you've heard me brag a million times about Coast lights, and I will continue to do it until these guys let me down. This is the Coast XP series flashlight. They also have headlights that are the same series, which means the body construction is all very similar. It's got this knurled aluminum housing. They have switches on the end cap. And the nice thing about Coast lights are they have two patents. One is for a focusing beam. So on these style, you just you slide the barrel in and out, and it goes from spot to flood. And it also has dual power. So it comes with a rechargeable power cell, then you just plug that in to recharge it. Or if you need to in a pinch, you can pop out the rechargeable cells and put in alkaline batteries and run it that way too. Lifetime warranties on all their product. Well, most all their products. All their flashlights and headlamps that I carry have lifetime warranties on them. And the easy thing about their warranty process is if you have a broken one, you just give it to me. I hand you a new one. We don't have to send this in for service. Streamlight, we do, which is why I tend to put the Coast ones on the truck, although I am a Streamlight dealer and I really do like Streamlight's products. I'll put some of their stuff on the truck all the time, like the micro stream lights, if you guys know what those are, and some other lighting products that Streamlight has, because I'm a big fan. But the prices, if you compare similar spec to similar spec on these lights to their Stingers or their Stryons, these are running about half the price. So with a compelling price difference and slightly better warranty process handling and a couple of features Streamlight doesn't have, I give the edge to Coast. And I've had good luck with them. I don't think I get a rate of return on these any higher than Streamlight products. I mean, usually, over time the switches are going to fail, or sometimes the diodes just crap out. That's okay. It's all covered, and we'll just give you new ones when they do. Let me see if I got to get caught up here. Oh, sorry to hear, Jonathan, you're not feeling too well. Hang in there, buddy. Hope it's gone before too long. But yeah, if I hear snoring, we'll know it's you. Hands-on Mechanical is here. Where is he? There you are. Yeah, Coast is made up in Portland, Oregon. The name of the company is actually Coast Portland. They vary a lot in their luminosity depending on which model you buy. This one has 2600 lumens. This is their XP11R, and they have a really long-bodied one that's 3650 lumens. Honestly, for most of the work that we do, unless you have to light up the house across the street, ones like this are perfectly adequate. They have a low, medium, and high setting, but they also have a turbo mode where if you press and hold the power button from the high, then it actually bumps up even higher. And then it steps down automatically after about 30 to 60 seconds because it's a heating and fire hazard. So you can get a lot of light out of these. And because you can focus the beam, they're nicer for doing up close inspection work. We don't have to worry about the glare so much coming back at you off a metallic surface. If you keep it on lower power and you keep the beam spread out to flood, then you can get a pretty good light on them. Unlike the Streamlight ones where you can't control the output as much, these are nice. Hey, Larry B. I did. I put out oh, about a half hour ago. But about 9 o'clock, I put out a thing. So I don't know if you saw it. Larry B. Larry B. Larry. Say my name, Larry B. I'll probably see you Monday, I think. Good conversation going on in the sidebar on the grip edge stuff. Yeah, they're the guys who make the Mac RBRT stuff, and I guess there's some licensing deal that Mac entered into with them to have an exclusive product for them for however long it was, 2 years or something like that. And Mako did something similar with their Hyperstep drill bits, and other companies do that. And then when that licensing agreement or that exclusivity agreement runs out, then those products are opened up to the rest of the market. And it's always good to know guys like everyone in the chat here, because you guys know who makes this stuff. You're you seem to be always up on this stuff, and it's great for me personally to get that kind of information, because now I can get that same product just under a different brand that people may already know and love if they know the Mac RBRT bit. So it's great to know those guys have their stuff out now, and um, it's just very helpful to read what you guys say and to get that kind of feedback. So thanks everyone for being active and sharing the knowledge. Oh, thanks, Jonathan. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're doing pretty good on the subscription rate. We're up to 7,366 subscribers. So thank you all. That's been some nice growth over the past couple of years, and now we'll just keep it rolling. So hopefully we hit 10,000 soon and keep going from there. It's been fun. It's great to have fun and make videos and get feedback and hear comments. And when we do the live streams like this, it's really beneficial, I think, for everybody just to hear the conversation and read whatever everyone else is doing, and it shares the knowledge very well. So thank you all for that. I appreciate it. All right, let's keep going. This is the fastener and molding remover set from Astro. There's so many different versions of this set. There's metal ones. There's like I think a 10 or 15 piece set from Lyle. There's so many options when it comes to this. This is the one I normally keep on the truck because it has 5 of the more popular tools in it, and it's only 25 bucks. So I've sold the Lyle ones in the past. I've sold like the metal ones from, oh geez, I don't know. Vim makes some, Gear Wrench, Mueller Cubes. There's a lot of different companies that make the metal ones too, but they get kind of pricey. As far as a quick and easy set I keep on the truck, that's the one I prefer, because when somebody asks for them, it's usually what they need, and then that fits the bill very well for most folks. And for those of you who don't know Brian Stewart, he's a Mako dealer up in Minnesota. And he says he's been selling double the light since adding the Maxion Cyclops lights. Excellent, excellent light. I'm a big fan myself. And they just came out with a new color. They came out with blue. So I can get red, green, orange, yellow, and blue. And we got to make an order for all but red ones. So we'll be placing another order for that soon. Pricing's pretty good, depending on what you want to sell them for on the truck. I've heard different guys vary their retail pricing on that. I sell them for 50 bucks. I know some guys can afford to sell them for a little bit less, or some guys got to sell them for a little more. But they're they're really good light. They're the small, like the hockey puck style lights. So it's a plastic body light with an LED array in the middle, and they come on a swivel magnetic base. I know you've seen them. They used to make the lights for Snap-on years ago, and then Snap-on changed the manufacturer and went with somebody else. But you've seen the lights. You may already own them or have used them, or maybe seen them under a different brand. But Maxion is the company that makes them, and they'll sell directly or through distributors. So if you're a retailer like Brian and I are, I am, then or like Pat Pat Paulson is out on the West Coast, then you can buy directly from Maxon if you wanted to resell them, and you can buy them like 6-packs and larger. I just get like the 6-pack display box and put it on the shelf. I usually keep a few in overstock because they sell so quickly. Yeah, Brian, selling $44.95. Excellent price. Excellent price for that. Oh, hey, Brandon. That light is an unbranded light. It's just a product out of China. They pack them in a fairly generic box, and they were Brian. I'm sorry. Yeah, Brian. You can weigh in on this too as a Mako retailer. That's that LED strip light with the light on the side and the motion sensor. I know that Matco. I think Mako buys them, and then their dealers can buy from Mako. And I think the first round they were actually ink stamping the Mako Tools name on the headband, which is kind of cool because they were branding it for themselves. And I don't know if you're still selling a lot of those, Brian, or if you ever were, but they've been huge sellers. They're the ones I keep I constantly keep those on the truck. I'll buy them, a dozen at a time, because usually by the end of the week, all the ones I have are gone. I would have thought that by now I would have hit market saturation on those, but nope, because every time it seems that somebody buys them in the shop, somebody else sees them and buys them, and then somebody else buys them for like family members and stuff, and they're incredibly popular. Like they're I don't know. And then Pat says he's got them, but they haven't been popular on his route. And Brian hasn't had them yet. They're fairly inexpensive. Like when I was talking to a buddy of mine locally here in the Austin area, who's a Mako guy, I think the pricing varies quite a bit. The pricing is varying quite a bit. So I don't know. I think he was selling, like he asked me what I was selling them for, and I told him a 2-pack for $40. He goes, ugh. He says, I got to sell them for $42 a piece. So I don't know why there's such a huge variation in pricing. You're correct, Mark. ISN announced a flat LED light like that. And I saw a similar one, although it's not the exact same one. Hold on. Yeah. This is the Snap-on fly for April. And on the last page, there's a similar, although not identical, but similar light that they're selling. So I know that as these grow in popularity, more and more companies are carrying them. You're right, ISN. I don't know about Medco. I didn't see the announcement from them, but I did see the announcement from ISN. They're going to be carrying it. I don't think it's going to change my purchase option on those, because I still think I'm getting a better deal and the pricing's better where I get them from today. So I'm probably going to stick with that unless something changes. Brandon, they're not on my website. I've been having to rework the way I do an online store. If you like them, drop me an email, lindsay@coiltools.com, and just let me know, and I can set up the details with you. I mean, K-Tech, good headlamps are plentiful. It really depends on, how much you want to spend and what you're getting for your money. I think that Streamlight makes excellent lights, but their headlamps are kind of pricey. I prefer the Coast ones because they're built very solid, and I might even have one of these boxes to show you, although admittedly I've not been through the boxes real well yet. I don't know, maybe if I have one, we'll talk about it later. But they're solid build. They even have on an end cap a magnet so you can use it as a little drop light, or if you're working with small components or you have like little screws or something, you can stick them to store them on the magnet and not lose them. So they have cool features in addition to the focusing beam. You turn the bezel on the headlamps, and they also have dual power. So I'm a big fan of Coast. You can buy them anywhere, not just off the tool truck. So you can save yourself some money by buying them elsewhere. And they put a lifetime warranty on them. So, all right, keep going. Oh, I already took it out of the box. Sunex is a great brand for a lot of reasons. They have really good wrenches, and particularly their impact sockets seem to be extremely popular. But they have really good bit sets. This is their 208 piece master bit set, and you can see here all the different bit styles that are in there. It has, clutch bits and goofy 3 lobed bits and security bits and whatever. Oh, that must be pause or drive. It's got tamper-proof Torx, tamper-proof hex, even regular hex for male and female. Torx, the clutch bits are there, square drive, whatever that thing is, I don't know. I mean, it's got every bit that you could ask for, and they come in all different lengths. They're 2-inch and they're 1-inch, and also has a bunch of nut drivers and extensions. I think that for the money, this is one of the better, more complete bit sets. Use them in your impact drivers, use them in your hand drivers, doesn't matter. This set here is $114.99. Everything in there has a lifetime warranty. And it's real easy to swap out the individual bits because, I know you're going to break your T15 Torx and your number 2 Phillips. Easy to replace. Oh, and Sayer says that 3-slot Phillips is a Japan drive. Well, that's interesting. I know. I wonder what applications there are for those here in the U.S. I don't remember ever seeing them. That's interesting. I just mentioned Sunex for impact sockets. They are one of my go-to choices in brands. The other is Gray Pneumatic. This is the half drive 19-piece standard shallow 6-point socket set. This one runs 3/8 to 1 1/2 inches. The thing I like about Gray Pneumatic is if nobody else has it, they usually do. All they make are impact grade tools. So sockets, extensions, adapters, and things like that are the only things that Gray Pneumatic makes. And they're excellent quality. The only downside to Gray Pneumatic, if there is one, is their warranty fulfillment process. So if we look at Sunex, these guys have an excellent fulfillment process. You can, go to any dealer who deals Sunex and he'll swap it out for you. If you don't have a dealer, then you can go online to Sunex's website, and they have what's called a Sun Express program, where you fill out an online form, take a picture of your broken tool, attach it to the form, and upload it, and they'll send you a new one. Gray Pneumatic does not have that option. They will only fulfill a warranty claim through a dealer. So that's one downside. There's no compromise in the quality of their sockets. Their product selection is, I think, better than anyone's because all they do is make impact tools. So if there's something you need, they've got it. They've got the nice 1-piece hex and Torx sockets. They've got great adapter sets. You see me tout their 3-piece low profile reducing adapter sets. I think they're great. They don't put a warranty on everything though, because on the reducing adapters, like if you go from 1/2 inch to 3/8 or 3/8 to 1/4, they don't put a warranty on them because you're probably going to twist off the thing. And they don't put a warranty on their thin wall sockets. So there's some purchase choices you got to make. I tend to steer away from the stuff they don't put a warranty on. Well, when I put the stuff on the truck, in favor of the Sunex stuff. But when their stuff is on sale, their pricing is very good. That whole set I just showed you is $144.99. I mean, for a half drive set that goes to inch and a half, that's good pricing. And I'm a big fan of their quality. And I don't know, I love all their stuff. So between SunX and Gray Pneumatic, I know that I'm very well covered as a retailer. You guys are well covered as consumers. Can't go wrong. All right, let me get caught up here on the chat. Larry B says, best tool man I've seen in 23 years. You must be talking about either Pat or Brian. Oh, let's see. Who else is saying something I need to remark on? Yeah, it's a great set. And when I think right now in the ISN flyer that I have, a bunch of their 3/8 and a half drive stuff is all on sale, and the pricing's surprisingly good. And what I like about their stuff too is, um, especially for new guys that may not know what the different brands are. I like having that conversation with them to sort of steer them in a particular direction. That you don't have to spend an insane amount of money to get really good quality sockets. And Sayer says that he hates Gray Pneumatic. They're riding off the stolen legacy of Gray Tools. You're in Canada, if I remember right, Sayer. I don't know that anyone has ever bought Gray Pneumatic because they think it's Gray Tools. I can't jump on board that line of thinking. But you might be right. I just don't. I've never even heard. Yeah, and then Cass from Speed Wrench. I sent you a link, by the way, Cass, if you want. Never heard of Gray Tools or the reputation, nor have I. Maybe they're much larger market up in Canada, but in the US, I don't know that that's ever been the case. But so anyway, in the US, they sell really well, and I'm pretty sure that Gray Tools' reputation is safe from them in the US. Yeah, and Brian says he's used Gray Pneumatic 33 mils deep when he can't get the ADV ones. Yeah, and the 33 mils are going to be the ones that the guys use to work on trucks and buses. Either 33 or inch and 5/16 are the same size. Really depends on who's got what. Sometimes one size is easier to find than the other, and I'll just go back and forth between them. And I can swap them out just as easily under warranty if they need them. And K-Tech asks if SK is still around. Just online, or do they still have trucks on the roads? They never had their own trucks. What they had was independent tool guys like myself who just would choose to wrap their trucks with an SK wrap just to show a brand that they sold. Just like I could if I wanted to. I have one of my trucks has a gear wrench wrap on it because I aligned myself with Gear Wrench when I first went independent, and they said, hey, if you buy so much of our tools from a distributor, we'll put a wrap on your truck. Okay, so I did. It was a way to give you some brand recognition. And there was a guy that had an SK truck wrap who operated around me for a while. Maybe Cass knows him or other guys who've been working around here for a while. He was a Stallvilla retailer too. So I think he put an SK wrap on his truck. Everyone knew him, loved him. He was a great guy. He retired a few years ago. He did business for a long time selling, SK, Stallvilla, and a bunch of other independent brands. They are still around as a company. They sold a couple of years ago to a Chinese company. So we were kind of wondering, as a tool community, what was going to become of them because we didn't know, what their Chinese ownership was going to do. So far, I don't think there's really been any changes. So there's still SK themselves is still a US based brand. They still manufacture in the US, but they're just owned now by a Chinese company. So I don't know if that's going to change in the future or what. But the thing that I tend to shy away from with SK is their prices are really high. And I will never refute the quality of their tools. They've got a great name, but their history is such that they went out of business about, I want to say 7 or 8 years ago. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. So they went out of business. I think they were out of business for 2 years. and another company bought the name, and a company called was it Ideal Brands, I think. I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head. I might be wrong about this. So I think a company named Ideal Industries, I think it is, bought the SK name. They did not buy all of their old inventory. So if you had an old screwdriver, whatever, you couldn't necessarily get a replacement under warranty if it broke, because they may not have had one to replace it with. But they're still making sockets and ratchets and wrenches and stuff like that. So yeah, their stuff is still available, but it's pricey. And I assume that the quality is just as good as it's ever been, although I don't know, because I really don't know too many people that still buy the brand. And then Brian says that it's very difficult to warranty SK. Yeah, because you need, you know, as either a consumer, you need. I don't know if SK does it directly as a retailer. Um, I haven't checked in a long time, but ISN, which is my biggest distributor, used to sell SK. So if they had something like that, I could swap it with one that I just. So I am able to do on occasion. I just don't know. It really depends on what their inventory is like, because, like I said, they didn't carry over a lot of the old inventory. So you could be out of luck, unfortunately, because of that. And then the new company was just trading on the name, but I don't. But it wasn't the same company. And Pat Paulson says that Gray made Snappy for the Canadian market when import export tariffs are crazy on tools. That's good information, Pat. Thanks for sharing that. And I think it goes to show how much things can change year to year in the tool business, depending on who's making what, who they're making it for. Snap-on's a great example because they're a huge company. So Snap-on will make their own brand, obviously, but they'll also contract with other companies to manufacture stuff for them under their brand. But Snap-on isn't so big that they make everything themselves. So they, in turn, buy some tools from other third-party manufacturers that are branded for them. So they're a great example of how, of all sides of the tool industry. They're a manufacturer that manufactures for themselves and others, but they also have stuff manufactured for them by other companies. And, it really depends on who's putting what on the tool as a brand name, and how they're going to sell it, because Snap-on also has lots of other markets. They sell their own branded tools on their trucks, but they own a lot of other brands too, 32 brands, if I'm not mistaken, Pat. And they can sell them through lots of different retail channels. So it's a really good example of how they do that. Just getting caught up in the chat here. Forgive the silence here. Brian says he's made multiple attempts with SK. That's a bummer. I hate to hear that. I have not tried to contact them directly myself. That's a bummer. Because they were one of those brands that they, like Craftsman, great brand at one time, and I think that they've just gone downhill steadily since. That's too bad. Oh, Biggie Fitz, thanks for coming in, Biggie. Toot toot. Got some SK screwdrivers at a yard sale. Yeah, if they're the older ones, they're probably really good. Just be careful you don't break the tips. Hey, Shannon, good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for getting on the chat, and feel free to ask questions, make comments, share your knowledge, whatever you need. This is a good group that we got going here tonight. Yeah, and Matthew Nisa says, I still have my grandfather's SK tools, 3/8 ratchet and sockets. Now that you mention it, I think I have some of my late father-in-law's SK tools as well. I gotta look through his. Oh, that would be a really good video to go through his old tools. I have an old metal toolbox of his. It'd be fun to go through there and see what he's got. I never really went through it. That's kind of put in the garage and put off to the side. But that would be a cool thing to do, because the old stuff is great. Yeah, Brian, about that Sunex set, they do. It's all warranted. The only thing about Sunex well, it's not their warranties, it's their inventory. You have to be able to get their individual pieces. So depending on who you're going through, there may or may not be what they call open stock, which is the individual pieces out of a set. So like open stock, individual wrenches, individual sockets, individual bits, like in this set. You just have to see what the open stock situation is. As long as it's available, it's easy to do. If it's not available, then you can swap it for another brand if you wanted. I have done that in a pinch for people. Ask them, is it okay if I say get you the Irwin bit instead of the Sunex one? And if it's okay with them, I will. And then I just swap it out, one for one with them. So it really depends, but it can be an issue depending on what their open stock situation is. Diabolical 58's here. Good to see you. Thanks for joining. All right. Here's more Sunex. This is a very popular quarter drive socket and bit set. Trying to get you some good lighting there. It has, you can't see it, up in the top of the box is an extension. That's a 1/4-inch ratcheting driver. And they have a nice selection of Phillips, flathead, Torx, Hex, and tamper-proof Torx bits in there. And I think $50 or something like that. This is on the truck right now. Very popular set. I always keep a few of these on the truck. In fact, this one's a restock because of that. Usually when somebody buys one, somebody else sees this guy, I want one too. So I'll always have multiples of these just because of that. The demand for those is pretty high. Pricing is really pretty good. And Brian, like the other set, all Sunex's hand tools have lifetime warranties. Speaking of Gray Pneumatic and their warranty or lack thereof on a reducing adapter, I've got the Sunex 3/4 to 1/2 adapter. These have lifetime warranties on them. These are why I don't put the Gray Pneumatic ones on the truck, because the Gray Pneumatic ones do not have a lifetime warranty. They say that's stamped right on there, says no warranty. These from Sunex do. They cost about the same as the Gray Pneumatic ones anyway. So these are the ones that I opt to go with because of that. And I think that for something like a reducing adapter, they're going to break. We all know they're going to break. I kind of wish Gray would put a warranty on theirs, but they don't. So they're not going to get the business because I'm only going to do that with a brand that I can stand behind. And God knows, in this business, if you turn a wrench for a living, warranty is vitally important to you. You pay plenty for these tools. Even if you get them on a discount or rebate somewhere, you're still paying a lot of money for tools. And you need to make sure that your retailer is going to stand behind them, and your retailer needs to make sure that the brand he's buying is going to stand behind it. And if you don't know, ask and make sure, especially with a reducing adapter or a thin wall socket, check to make sure that there's a warranty. Sunex has them. Gray Pneumatic doesn't. And there's other brands that do have them too, like Gear Wrench, K-Tool. Some other brands all put warranties on theirs, but it makes sense for you just to double check, just to be sure you know what you're getting when you buy it. All right. I had bemoaned for a while that I couldn't get my hands on a feeler gauge set that was really nice, like the swanky Snap-on one that has the handles and comes in a nice case. And then I think I mentioned that on one of my videos, and then I got some, or maybe it was a live stream. I don't remember. It's been a while since we've done a live stream. And then somebody said, no, you can. Lang has them. And someone gave me a part number, and I looked them up, and sure enough, it just went underneath my radar for a long time. So this was on back order for a while, but it just came in. This is the Lang. It does not come in a nice case, unfortunately, but the one that Snap-on has is dynamite. Comes in a great case. The handle's there, and you can put in all the feeler gauges. So this has 3 sets of gauges, and these are the cool angled gauges that the diesel guys will like, and has a handle that you just unscrew the end of the handles here, insert your gauge in there, and then you have a nice handle to use. And the nice thing about Lang is most of their stuff is made in the USA. Not all of it is. Lang has really good pick sets, for example, and the pick sets are made in Taiwan, but their good segue, their rethread kits are made where? In the USA. Yep, right down there. And they will make this same rethread kit for a lot of other brands. Brian, I believe this is the same as the Mako one, and Pat, I believe it's the Snap-on one too, if I'm not mistaken. So Lang is one of those companies, like, you know, they're a manufacturer, so they make for whoever wants to buy their stuff, and they'll put whoever's brand on it that they want. And this is the rethread kit that'll restore the threads. It's got National Coarse, National Fine, and Metric, as well as 2 different thread files. Great set. So that's some of the reasons why I like Lang so much. They make really good snap ring plier sets too. And I'm stoked to be able to get a set like this on the truck now, because this is got every size you're ever going to want to have. Of course, they don't put the range of sizes on the packaging. Why would they? Oh, okay. They say all the blade sets on these have a range from 8 thousandths to 30 thousandths. Does that sound right? 8 thousandths. Yeah, because they have a 2 thousandths step on them. So yeah, I just want to make sure I'm right on these. I'm getting the specs on these right. All included feeler gauge blade sets have a range of 8 thousandths to 30 thousandths. Yeah, 6-inch blades and then 2 sets of 3-inch blades. They have stuff that's specific for Detroit diesels, and pretty good set. I'm stoked to finally get this on the truck. I wish it came in a different package, but I'll take what I can get. All right, who's got to get caught up in the chat here? Biggie Fitz likes Nipex. Yeah, they're no fooling. They make are pliers. They're a terrific brand. They make great stuff. This stuff is pricey. You're gonna pay for it, but it's very good quality, made to very high standards. And man, they got a pair of pliers for every conceivable application. Even stuff that you probably would never buy a pair of pliers for. Oh, Brian. That reminds me of the time when I was a Mac dealer. I had I took out, they had some, like, I think it was a master hex socket set or something like that. I don't know how, like 50 some odd pieces were in it. And I opened up the case, I put it on the toolbox I had on the truck because I was showing somebody. Yeah, of course, I forgot to close that thing and put it back on the shelf. So when I got to my next stop, every piece was all over the floor. I think it took me 2 weeks to find all the pieces because they'll roll behind stuff or underneath something and never find it. But eventually they'll work their way free, and then you'll see that it's on the floor somewhere, and you just pick it up and put it back in the case. So it took me a while to find them all, but I finally got them. Hey, Quick Wrench, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Bocce's here. Hey, Bocce, good to see you. BS Small Engines, good to see you. Glad you were here. Brian says he sold 10 twin grip Knipex pliers in 3 days. I'm not surprised. Those are very good sellers. Not only do they have a great design, but what really floors me, I felt for sure it was going to be a really expensive pair of pliers, but they're not. I can retail them for $55 a pair. And I thought for sure I was going to have to sell them for like $80 or $90 because they say Knipex on them. But they have a perfectly reasonable price tag. So I stock up on those a lot. I've always got multiples of those on the truck because they're always selling. Very good pair of pliers. This is another beauty from Sunex. This is their half-inch drive, half-inch driveline socket. So it's, I don't know if you can see it. I kind of have to keep this in the package, so I can't open it to show you, but it's got 12 points on it. Nah, not going to see it in the bag. It's 12-point socket, but it's universal. So it articulates on the end, half-inch drive. And this is a driveline socket the guys that work on big trucks always use. And it's not a testament on the quality of the product, but they're always breaking because it's a pretty big ask of a tool to handle those driveline bolts. But so I always have as many as I can possibly get my hands on the truck at one time because I'll be replacing them 2 or 3 at a time some weeks. So they're great sockets, and it's always on back order too. So I think I've had those on order for a couple of months. Those just came in, and then I'll be getting some more to try to keep up with the demand because the back order list for those, for some reason, gets really long. Yeah, Brian's selling for $60. Yeah, that's a perfectly good price for the twin grip pliers. Just the fact that they're not $90 amazes me. And the Matco ADV drivelines are pinless. That's interesting. Because I think really one of the biggest problems with that driveline socket is the pin. Usually it's the pin that breaks or it gets jammed up in there. I would love to see a version of that pinless design. Hey, 2000 MCR, thank you for joining us. You've been waiting 3 months for Gear Wrench to warranty your 16-inch indexing pry bar. I've had people tell me with a disturbing frequency that when they've tried to get warranty stuff taken care of by Gear Wrench directly, or more accurately by Apex Tool Group, which is Gear Wrench's parent company. I mean, Gear Wrench by itself is an entity, but when you call Gear Wrench, you're calling Apex Tool Group, that they've had a problem getting some stuff taken care of. Now, there are some Apex brands like Channel Lock and, well, there's other, like they own a bunch of like 30 some odd brands. But one of them is Channel Lock. So if someone brings me a Channel Lock tool, or Crescent is another one. All right, this is a better example because I get most of the Channel Lock stuff through a distributor. But if I can't go through my distributor and I have to go directly to Apex for something like a Crescent wrench, we've never had an issue with them. We just call them and tell them what we got, and they give us a return authorization. We send our broken tool, and they send us a new one, and we've never ever had an issue. So we don't have like a special number to call. It's not like we get any preference because we're a retailer. So I wish I could tell you and other folks that have had the same negative experience why you're experiencing that. It sounds horrible to me, but I can't tell you why that is. I wish I could. I know guys that have sent stuff to Cornwell and I've been waiting 6 months for that, but I don't know why Apex would not be better at doing that. That bums me out because they're, I think, an excellent company, but it seems to be absolutely one of their shortcomings. And yours is not the first comment I've read about having that same problem. All right, what's next? I got a bag of individual boring things. Replacement Streamlight batteries. Replacement light modules for the Power Probe modular light system. Some individual wrenches and things like that. Nothing too exciting in that box. Oh, hey, as an aside, let's do a quick after dark. If you don't know, I am a federally licensed firearms dealer. So we sell guns and we sell guns and gun accessories, ammunition, stuff like that. Stuff I always keep in stock, or I try to anyway, is a decent selection of ammunition. Right now, PMC 308 ammo just came in, Armscore 223 ammo just came in, and MagTech 9mm ammo came in. The 9mm is 124 grain. I like it because 115 grain is kind of light for some handguns. You get a better result with a hotter load. And then 62 grain on the 223 and 147 grain weight on the PMC 308. And the prices all went down. I know, right? So I'm stoked that I can finally sell this stuff for what I think are more sane prices. I think now we're under $20 for a box of 9mm, which I haven't seen in, I don't know, how many years has it been? 3 years, maybe? It's been a sadly long time. Forgive me one moment. I'm going to switch my chair around so I can move some boxes and get closer to some of the tools. Along with my quarterly flyer that I do the flyer drop videos on, I get a monthly supplement that comes out. And it's really just a big, like a quarter fold or a quad fold flyer. I don't usually make a big deal out of these because I don't get a ton of them, and I don't have enough for everyone on my tool route. So I don't always. So I think most of these are gone like halfway through the first week. But a lot of these are rehash deals that's in the bigger flyer, or they spotlight newer stuff that's just coming out. So they have, for example, you've seen me talk about this air hammer from Ingersoll Rand. That's the 119 Max hammer. They just came out with a newer, stronger version called the 135 Max. So there's things like that are in here. And you can see in here, it's all just usually some selection of Milwaukee tools, and then Vim, Gear Wrench, K-Tool, Titan. There's a bunch of different brands that they spotlight in there. Not, it's not the greatest flyer in the world, but it's just another way to keep the tool porn, in people's hands and show them the pretty pictures. The pricing, sometimes it varies. Sometimes the pricing in this flyer is a little bit less than the pricing in my big flyer. Sometimes a little more. We just go with whatever's less because both are valid flyers. And it's weird, I know. But one thing they have on the flyer I'm going to show you tonight is this 1,200 cubic foot per minute utility blower fan by K-Tool. You have seen this same fan under lots of different brands. All the tool trucks sell them under their own brand name. And it's the one that has the higher output. They have a smaller version of that fan that has 300 cubic foot per minute flow rate. And you can actually get a heater element to drop on the front of that fan for colder weather and blow heat. You can't get a heating element for this one because it's too big. It moves too much air. And now that summer's coming, people are going to be bulking up on those fans. Those in the Hessair evaporative coolers are always popular. You usually see me talk about those. I did a video on one with Cass from Speed Wrench because he bought one from me. Was it last year already, Cass? I don't even remember when that was. But we did a video on that, and it's cool to see the products at work in people's shops and see the use of the getting out of them. East Coast Ken asks if Pat's still in the chat. Pat, if you're out there, Ken's got a question for you. Yeah, quick wrench. That fan moves it moves a strange amount of air. I mean, when you put that thing on high, you will feel that blowing from a significant distance away. And the base has these different sets of feet on it. So you just rock the unit and rest it depending on what you want the airflow on, up straight at you or coming down. It's a versatile little thing. It has two AC outlets on, 2 3-prongs, so you can plug accessories in. I've never seen one break or go south. They seem to be very, very reliable, and guys use them all the time. Yeah, I think it was last year too. Last year we measured in dog years. I don't know anyone who has had a busier last year than you have, Cass. You've had a lot on your plate for a while, and a lot of things are going well. In fact, one of the advantages to taking the week off the road that I did this past week was I brought my truck over to Cass in his shop, and he did a bunch of work on it for me. So thank you, Cass. I really appreciate the work and figuring things out and taking care of problems that I've been putting off getting taken care of for a long time. And I appreciate you doing that for me. So the nice thing is I dropped it off on Monday, took the rest of the week off, picked the truck up on Friday, ready to hit the road tomorrow, or no, Monday, and we'll keep rolling from there. And then there's a few things I got to bring it back in the shop for. I'll coordinate that with my foot surgery. So I'll take a week off, in another month or so, give the truck back to Cass. And, it's funny how the economics of this business work out. And what I found was, not being on the road for a week, I'm not taking orders. I'm not restocking stuff for that week, right? Because I'm not selling anything. So I'm not making a tool order. And what I realized was, and I started thinking about how much is the truck going to cost to get fixed, and do I have the money for it, and want to plan on my budget. And then I realized it's going to cost me less to have Cass fix my truck than I would have been paying for a week worth of tool buying. So, things work out, and it's funny when you really dig beneath the surface of the economics of this business, because these work trucks always need service. They always need something repaired, or there's always something going on with them. So, you keep a hit list of stuff you got to get taken care of, your high priority items, and then you have your low priority items that never seem to bubble to the surface. But, when you can schedule some downtime is a good time to get the smaller stuff taken care of as well as the bigger stuff. How are all the tools missing? I told them, now here's the thing. I told them, look, you guys can do whatever you need to do in the back of the truck. I don't care. I don't want to know. But I have 69 cents of loose change in the cup holder in the cab, and I counted it. So seems like everything's still there. Oh, Bachi. If you drop your Odyssey off to Cass, you pick up a Ridgeline. Whew. That's that cuts deep. By the way, Cass, I don't know if you heard me. I emailed you a link if you want it. All right. Get back to some tools here. Gearwrench makes, among other things, rather good ratchets. This is their newer, I should say, 90 tooth design. They have their 120 XP design, which has 120 positions for the ratchet, even though it doesn't have 120 teeth. It's a gear with 60 teeth and then 2 offset pawls, so it has 120 positions. This is a true 90 tooth gear in here, so it's a finer tooth than they find on the 120 XPs. Has a 4-degree swing arc, and this one has a locking flex head. The lock there. This is the one that you swivel out of the way. And I had a customer who asked for this one specifically because he needed a flex head. I usually don't keep the flex head one on the truck because it's not as popular as the fixed head one. I keep the fixed head one on all the time. And the fixed head one is like stupid cheap. It's like $119.99. And it's 24 inches long. In fact, oh, look, here it is. So this is the 120 XP 24-inch handle, half-inch drive ratchet. $119.99. Can't beat them. And I love the fact that I get to swap out the head guts on the truck if I have to. And just as an aside, if you ever have like an no, I think it's still the current, the Matco 88 ratchet with the 88 tooth design, you can take the 84 tooth ratchet kits from Gear Wrench and replace the Matco ones with them if you have one or not the other, or you know a guy who's willing to do that for you. They're interchangeable. And Brian asks, how does a locking mechanism hold up? I don't see a lot of breakage here. What I do see is this will get jammed up sometimes, and it's not so easy to lock or unlock. I'm not a fan of this design because of that. Gear Wrench just came out with, maybe I got one, I don't know. They just came out with a new design for the locking flex head ratchets. Instead of using that little lever there's a push button. And not only do they put the button on here where it's a flush button, so you push it from one side and unlocks it, and then push it from the other and it locks it. The head is also significantly slimmer, so it's not as wide. And I just got some in for the first time because they announced them, and then it seems like everybody gets them but me. But ISN finally got them in, so I took them on. I took them on the truck, and then they sold like the first stop the day I had them. So I didn't even get a chance to show them around. So I have more on order. I'm just waiting for them to come in, and I'll show you those when they do come in, because I think it's a superior locking design to this one, because I believe this is the same as the Matco one. I'm not a fan of it. When it works, it's great, but when it gets jammed up in there, or sometimes a lever breaks off, it's not a problem to get a replacement, because I can just swap out the entire ratchet. I don't have to deal with fixing parts or anything. That breaks, you're getting a whole new ratchet. And Gear Wrench is no problem at all replacing that. So it's one of the weaker spots, I think, in their ratchet design. So I'm really interested to see how the new push button locking mechanism works. Although they don't have a long handled 1/2 inch in that new design. I don't know if they're planning to or not, but we don't know. It's too early to tell. But now we'll see. All right, let's get caught up in the thing. Oh, and Matco's redoing theirs. That'll be interesting to see what their design is like. You kind of think of ratchets as, well, how many times can you reinvent a ratchet? Well, there's always improvements, and that lock is one of them. Or you can get a finer tooth design or more positions, and there's always some iterative improvement you can make. And it's a competitive industry, so everyone's always coming out with something new, and it's nice to see, because you try to invent a better mousetrap, right? These are the Gear Wrench bolt biter sockets. These are the bolt extractor sockets that have straight flutes in them. And the advantage to having, hang on, let's try to focus. The advantage to having straight fluting in there is that you can use these in both directions. So if you have to extract a left-handed thread, or if you have to reuse a regular right-handed thread, you can do that using these extractor sockets. The smartest thing the Gear Wrench could have done is they put minus sizes on these. This is one of their smaller sets. They have a large master set. I think it has 29 pieces in it. Not as popular because it's expensive and there's more pieces, but for the price, this is an excellent basic set. I think it costs $85 for this set. That's about half of what the Irwin set costs with the spiral flutes. And these, I think, hold up longer. I've only replaced one of these under warranty, and they're impact rated too. They have a hex bolster on the base, so you can use a wrench with them if you want, or a square drive for an impact tool or your ratchet. They have the smartest thing they've ever done, I was telling you, was their undersizes. So they have, here we go. Like this is, it's hard to see because it's in the package, but this is a 9/16, and then you see 9/16 minus. That means that the 9/16 minus is slightly smaller than the 9/16. If you're trying to get off a rounded bolt head, it may be too small for the next size up. Then what do you do if it's too small for your 9/16, but it's too big for the half inch, right? Well, the 9/16 minus is slightly smaller than the 9/16, so you'll be able to get over that damaged bolt head that has now been worn to the point where it's too small to use with the next size up. So smart on them for doing that. They have a lot of minus sizes in their master set, so you're pretty much covered for almost every application. Astro Pneumatic has a lot of good tools. I'm a big fan of their brand for a lot of reasons. As far as I know, they don't actually manufacture stuff themselves. They are what's called a private label brand, like K-Tool is, and they buy all their stuff from other manufacturers and have it manufactured for them to their specification. So they may have designers on staff that'll come up with a design for something, and then they'll send it off to another company to get it manufactured for them, and then they sell it under their brand. And that's typical of what a lot of companies do. But Astro Pneumatic has this great 16-piece punch and chisel set. I think it's like $45 for this set. It's strangely cheap, but the quality of the punches and chisels is really very good. And I really don't know of anyone who's had a problem with them. They get their stuff mostly made in China, which is why it's so inexpensive. Now, you can buy similar sets to this from Mayhew and other brands that manufacture in the US, but the price is significantly higher. So the choice is yours to what you want the country of origin to be and what your budget is. So, for $40-something, you can buy this 16-piece set, which has pin punches, cold chisels, taper punches, and center punches in it, and a chisel gauge so you can sharpen your chisel to a particular angle. Nice set. I can't tell you there's a quality difference. Cass, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Cass, didn't you buy one of these for me a while back? Tell me how it's holding up for you. But I love it. Oh my goodness, Nick Knepper or Knepper. I'm sorry, man. And all the time we've known each other, I don't even know how to pronounce your last name. Do I pronounce the K? Man, I haven't seen in a long time. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, you dropped me a note. And I'm pretty sure I forgot to reply to you. I'm sorry. I'm glad you're here. How you been? Yeah, the kit here, Mark, is it's a very good seller. I always keep a couple on the shelves. Oh, good. Glad I was right. A. Murray is here. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping in. Brian says he's going to start carrying the grip edge version of those RBRT sockets that Mac had soon. I think we're all going to do that because they even have like if you get them through MTN, they even have like a starter kit which has like 3 of everything, and they it's pricey, but yeah, it might be a really good way to start getting the word out on these if people are not familiar with them, and if they are familiar with them, then they're not going to need to be convinced because everyone seems to love that design. Oh, good. We talked earlier about the Streamlight micro Streamlights. That's these little guys here, and they have a clip for your pocket and your hat brim, and they come with a charging cord in them. 250 lumens in a tiny little light. Very handy light. Great to throw in your pocket, but Streamlight does have the pocket mate light, which I'm a big fan of, which are even smaller little square bodied lights. So you can put them on a keychain if you want. These are selling for $50.99 right now. And I love so much about Streamlight. This is another one of their indispensable products. I think they have 4 different colors: black, red, blue and what they call coyote, which is brown. Always putting these on the truck because they're so popular. Smitty, hey Doug, how are you? Nice to see you. Thank you for dropping in, coming by. Appreciate that. Yeah, I could use them, Mark. So just don't be shy. Ship them on over. Ian, I was thinking about the grip bed stuff. I was just pricing them out because I only learned, was it last week? Maybe I just learned that they're now widely available to the rest of us. So I am going to be getting some. Although the only distributor I have that sells them is a company called MTN, and I have yet to do business with them. But I know Mark has done business with them. Brian, I can't remember if you told me that you do. I think you said you did. So I should be getting them. I haven't placed any orders yet, but I'm planning to. Power Stroke Jude, I sent you a link, so if you want to hop on, you got it. And Mark, let me know if you want a link too, if you're available. Let me make sure I'm all caught up here. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Great guy, and very good customer of mine. That Larry B knows, a guy named Jason, is a great sense of humor. I love him a lot. He's the scariest looking guy you'll ever see in your life. But he's heart of gold. Great guy. And he unfortunately works a shift now that I don't see him anymore. But I'm trying to do a couple of things at once here. But he'll send me text messages if he needs something. I'll just drop it off with one of his coworkers for him. So he sends me a text message asking about some Milwaukee batteries. Now, if you know me at all, you know I'm a huge Milwaukee fan. I love selling their stuff. And when Milwaukee puts together promotional deals, especially if they're dealer-only deals that they don't publicize, there are some outstanding values there. But you got to be choosy, and you can't just jump on everything, because you gotta compare your pricing as a retailer. I gotta compare my pricing, make sure that I'm getting a good deal out of it. And he sent me a text with a picture out of my flyer or somewhere asking if I can get him a 2-pack of M18 5 amp hour batteries. And I normally don't like selling the batteries by themselves because my battery costs are really high on this stuff. And I normally only sell batteries by themselves when I can get them on sale. Hold that thought. I apologize, Chaka Gillis. I forgot to thank you for your $2 shout out, $2 super chat. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful. People willing to contribute a few bucks, much appreciated. And I see that Power Stroke Jude dropped $5. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate that. So back to the batteries. So Jason asked me if I can get the 2-pack of 5 amp hour batteries. I'm like, ugh. Jason's a great guy, so I'm happy to do stuff, to give him a reduced rate, especially due to the way he pays. I have no problems making accommodations for him. But I'm like, but I still felt guilty because it's a little pricey. And then, like 10 seconds after he sends me that text message, I get an email from my distributor promoting some Milwaukee deals. One of the deals is not a 2-pack of 5 amp hour, but a 2-pack of 6 amp hour M18 batteries that I could sell him for the same price as the 5 amp hours. Thank you. Right. So now it makes stuff like this much easier to sell and worth it. And it's just easier to do business that way, because God knows at the regular full price on these, I don't recommend people buy them off my truck. I recommend that they go to Home Depot or some other retailer where they can get the good quality stuff. Then you're getting top quality if you buy from Home Depot. It's not like you're buying from an Amazon retailer or something, and you're able to get them at fairly inexpensive pricing because no one's going to beat Home Depot's pricing on this stuff. But if I can be competitive, and on this stuff I can because of this promotion deal, so it's going to Jason on Thursday. Folks, we have a very special guest. You know him, and I know that you love him. And he's the man I was just singing the praises of because he has worked on my truck all last week. Cass Nichols. Hey, Cass.
Hello.
Nice to see you. Thanks for stopping in.
It's good to be seen.
Did you work today?
Kind of. Tomorrow for sure, but kind of.
Yeah. You look tired, you all right?
Yeah. It's just, it's 10:52 Texas time, so I'm just kind of pooped.
I hear you. How long were you in the shop today?
I was here at the house.
Oh, okay.
I saved myself the drive.
Did you work remotely?
I had some stuff I had to finish up here. I needed to get some stuff finished up that I've been working on. Projects I've been putting off for a while.
Yeah, I'm the same way, man. I've been chipping away at them slowly but surely. I still got a bunch of brush that I got to burn, but I haven't been too motivated to do that.
Tomorrow might be a good day for that.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, if it rains tonight, it'd be a particularly good day for that.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to rain tomorrow too, isn't it?
Is it? Even better. Well, it's not heavy.
I'm not a fucking weatherman. I couldn't tell you.
Nor am I.
But I do just the same job. I go look at my weather rock in the morning. I'll let you know if it's going to rain tomorrow.
Yeah, my wife's a big weather nut, so we're always up to date on what's going on. We have.
Hey, hold on just a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. While Cass is doing his thing, let's bring on board. Probably I haven't seen Brian Stewart in person, so I don't know what he looks like, but I have seen Pat Paulson. So I can confidently say that the next man who's coming on to join us is the best looking tool guy in the United States. Mark from Mid-Atlantic Tools.
Oh, man.
How you been?
Good. Getting back to work.
Yeah, how's the knee?
Hurts sometimes.
Does it?
Yeah, but it's just sore. No more pain.
Thank God for that, huh? Holy cow.
So when there's no pain, you can do a lot more. It's just sore. And it's swollen. Is it
like post-op pain or is it like
it's just they cut the muscle and everything, so it's just it takes time to get back to normal.
Yep.
And they say the swelling can last almost 6 months.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you have to ice it or elevate it or anything?
Yeah, I've been doing that, and you can only do so much of that.
Yeah. But are you back at it full time now?
Yes, I've been out.
Good.
Well, I started 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I finally had to go back to work.
Yeah, life has a way of forcing our hand on that one.
Yeah.
Well, Brian asked how the cartwheels are going.
Oh, fine. Fine. I can't land them, but fine.
I don't know if I'm completely caught up in the chat. Mark, were you going to be? I know it came up in the conversation about those the grip edge.
I sold them.
Sockets. Do you sell them
Got
now?
them.
Do you? Are you getting it from MTN?
Yes.
Okay.
They're the only one that has them. They have an exclusive.
Okay. Oh, they do. Okay.
Yes.
Well, those
you have
guys
to get them through that.
Those guys have some pull then.
Yes, they do.
Because they also have better pricing on some things than the really big distributors do.
Yes. It's a smaller company, and they're not trying to grab, like, if they say they approach, we'll just say Nipex, and they'll say to Nipex, we want only certain items you sell, not all of them. Just these high, fast-moving items, and that's what they get.
Hmm.
And then they make a deal with that. So there's some rumors going around, but I made some phone calls to find out because it had a lot to do with Trebus tools and stuff, and it's just a bunch of, I guess, people that are just not happy with them. I don't know. I have no clue, but they're good guys. It's not what you've been hearing on the internet. So
I haven't been hearing anything really. I got a call from I forget what his name was. He called me a few months ago. Asked me if I want to get an account set up, and I said,
Corey.
yeah, sure.
Corey,
I'll set it
right?
up. See what you got.
Corey? Was that
Yes,
his name?
yes, it was. Yeah, seemed like a nice guy.
Yeah, really nice guy.
Yeah.
Yep.
And some other guys away. Ian Lloyd says that Clay Kuhn is behind him. If
Mhm.
anyone knows Clay's channel, he's got the Kuhn Trucking channel. And Daniel, thank you, Daniel, for the $2. I appreciate that. And he says MTN has previously Tribus tools. So, okay, well, so
Not
it's the
really.
same guys?
See, that's the rumor.
Oh, okay.
Not really part of it. I mean, a long story short, Tribus Tools started, okay, and then basically one of the guys, I think there was 3 guys that started that Tribus Tools, and then one of the guys went and started basically a mobile tool network, or I don't know what it was called at the time. And that was just another venture that he did.
Okay.
So it'd be no different than if I have a business now and, I decide to close up my mobile tool business, start an online business with you.
I get
No
you.
difference.
Yeah. Okay.
No difference.
So same.
It's just a person that happened to be that dealt with that, and now they closed that up and
he's
moved on.
onto a different venture now. Okay.
moved on. That's all. It's all
Okay.
it was. And that is straight from the mouths of people that are in that group, because I called and find out.
But I like the fact that they seem to be pretty accessible and
Yes.
willing to have these kinds of conversations.
Yes.
It's nice to clear that up. Oh, and we have with us from all the way over the West Coast in beautiful sunny California, ladies and gentlemen, you know him as Power Stroke Jude. Jude Santa Cruz, welcome aboard.
What's up, guys?
How are you?
What's happening?
How's everyone tonight?
We're good.
See,
I'm
I,
good.
I can get online as long as it's not 3:00 in the morning.
Yeah, Saturday nights are usually late nights.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, if you guys start carrying Grip Edge, I think you're gonna do well with them because man, now that it I mean, 2 things going from it. It's not just because of me, but the way they're I don't mean me, like if I have anything to do with it, but just my taste. A lot of people jump on green stuff, and now that they got like the green, I think people are gonna eat those up, man.
They're probably one of the more talked about tools right now.
Well, it was something nobody could get.
Yeah.
You couldn't get it. You had to get it through Mac. You had to get it through Mac. It was just like when the step bits got released finally.
Yeah, the hyper steps, exactly.
The hyper steps, yeah. Yeah. And now I think what's going to happen is you're going to see a lot more releasing because now they're coming out with the sockets. And then the next, I don't know what the next is going to be, but I guess whatever Mac has is how it's going to come along.
My Mac dealer, he's got it's
Long
pretty much,
ones.
Yeah, he's got long ones. That sounded funny, but he's got the long shank bits. He's got obviously the extractors and all that. But my one thing I was wondering, does do the Grip Edge have that system where when they take out the strip bolt or nut, that it's got you thread into the back of it?
Yes.
Oh, they do
The
have
sockets.
Right,
You're
right.
talking about the
socket.
sockets.
Yeah, the socket where you thread into the back of it.
Because
So you
right
don't
now
have
they
to
release
read it on a punch or a chisel or something.
Yeah, right now they released the hex ones. That was the first ones they came out with, and now I think on Friday they just released the socket ones that have the pusher.
Okay, yeah, I like that. That's pretty
Okay.
interesting. Man, I really wish we had a mobile guy, a independent dealer in our area.
Yeah, these are really-
Well, just ask Gabe.
I'm sure Gabe probably you're right, but Gabe
He'll get
probably
him.
could- right.
yeah.
He can get them. Gabe can get them. Just ask Gabe.
Now that
Gabe
you mentioned that, Gabe told me that well, he sent me they video chatted me when they were at some tool show and he was with Clay Coon. He's like, yeah, you know this guy, and I started laughing. So I think he did connect with that mobile MTN mobile tool network.
Yeah.
I think Gabe. He said obviously that he has to go with his primary distributors, first and foremost. But that if there's something you can get from MTN,
Yeah, he has to, just like any franchise, they go with their franchise first.
There you go. That's exactly what I was talking
That's
about,
it.
Lindsay.
And that's
the new
just one of their. They got a bunch of different configurations of this set.
Oh
But
man,
yeah, they've got the pushers on them.
I can hear. You know what? I may just. Oh man, I only have one set of RBRTs because I've only recently. My old Mac dealer Kim never really carried much product, and I just got Jesus about a month and a half ago. But I may hold out and pick them all up and buy.
See, now if I was going to sell that, Jude, if I was going to sell that to you, what I would do is I would get the Vim green rail, magnetic rail, pop them on that, and I'd double the price to you and sell them.
It still seemed like a bargain.
And still seem like a bargain.
Those rails, man, I can't believe it. How expensive those rails are. They're great rails.
It's
Gabe was telling me that he bought like 100 of them when he was setting up his new truck, and he was like, even at my price, dude, that set me back, man. He's like, that really that was a bunch of money. But yeah, those are a good set. What's up, Cass?
What's going on, Jude?
How are you, man?
I'm tired.
You sound tired. I heard you
little bit.
talking about it being 10:48 or something like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's not even that late for you, but I guess today.
Yeah, just I've been trying to get to bed earlier. And
Yeah, I try to
Yes.
too, and then I don't do it.
yeah,
And I last night, Friday night, I was in bed by 9:30. I was like, oh, this is awesome. Unfortunately, I woke up at about 1. Couldn't go back to bed. Next thing I know, it was 5:30 in the morning, and I'm finally getting back in bed. And my wife just wakes up, shakes her head, and rolls over. She's like, "I thought you were going to bed early."
Yeah.
I still beat the family up though. So I mean, they no matter what time I go to bed, I'm up before them.
All right, let's look at the next. This is, I'm pretty sure you've seen these before on regular Tools in the Hall videos. This is the 4-piece Ladyfoot pry bar set from K-Tool. The reason why I put these on the truck all the time is the price is so good on them. And I think they're only going for like $65 for the set of 4. And I don't think I've ever taken care of a broken one. If they do break, you got a lifetime warranty on them. And like the like we were talking about before, was something that had some dramatic cost difference because it's just a different brand that people may not gravitate toward, like some of the bigger brands in the business. You can save yourself some money if you just do a little bit of shopping around. And this pry bar set's been very good, very serviceable. It's got the tapered end for hole alignment and the regular lady's foot on the other end. Good serviceable set for cheap money.
But that's like one lady's foot on your competitors' trucks.
Well,
They're pretty decent too. They feel pretty solid. I've used them. I think Robert has them, or Daniel bought some, or something like that.
yeah, I
And
think
we
Robert,
used them.
I think Robert did.
Yeah, and I had some. I've got a whole slew of them over the years, just collecting. And like the Harbor Freight ones are real soft; they'll bend real easy, and those are they feel a lot harder.
I wonder who makes them for K-Tool.
I don't know. When I've talked to my rep about that, I've asked him that a lot about all kinds of different K-Tool products. If he knows who makes them, he goes, I don't know. Whoever's under contract at the time.
Yeah.
So, who actually makes this stuff, I don't know. As long as they're maintaining their quality standards and they're standing behind them, I don't have an issue with it. If that ever becomes an issue, I'll dump them as fast as I can. But for now, between that and the Astro stuff is the stuff I was talking about, the really inexpensive compared to other brands. For the price differences, it may be worth it. We got a bunch of stuff coming in the chat here. Let's see if we can get caught up real quick.
Yeah, everyone. When I jumped in, I saw a bunch of people told me hello. But then Lindsay said he sent me a link, so I started setting up my computer. So everyone who told me hello, thank you. I appreciate you guys all saying hi to me.
Yeah, it's a good group here. Justin Chang asks, so the new gear wrench flex head ratchet's better than Matco flex head? Tough question to answer. Usually when somebody asks if something's better, I always say better how? Better price, better longevity, better manufacturing, better material. There's so many ways that something can be better. I like to qualify the question before I can even begin to answer it. If it's the new gear wrench ones I was talking about before, the little push button lock and a narrower head, I don't really know that those have anything that we can compare them to one for one, because I don't know anyone else has that same design. And Brian said that Matco was going to redo. Yeah, he just said they're redoing their flex head ratchets. So it'd be really interesting to see what they come out with, because I'd love to compare the two. So right now, which is better? I don't know. They're both good. I don't think there's a quality issue with either of them. It depends on it depends on what you want for a locking mechanism. If you need a slim head, if you want the 120 XP mechanism or not, and it really is a decision they have to make when you just look at the features and then compare pricing too. I don't know, Brian. They're making their ratchets in the U.S. still, correct? As far as I know.
Matco?
Yeah.
AJ Manufacturing.
It's still AJ? Okay, yeah. So, they're made in the U.S. and Gear Wrench is not. I think they're making these in Taiwan. So if country of origin matters to you, there's another thing that you might want to consider. There's a lot of things to factor in when deciding which of something is better.
Unless they change that by now, but that's what I heard.
Yeah, as far as I know, they are. Yeah, Brian says that they are. So, okay, yeah.
Hey, Brian, what's the difference in price for the flex head 3/8 ratchet and the one that's just one's full chrome and one's that black color? Is there a difference in price? It's the same ratchet, it's just different exterior. John, I saw your video on that 1/2-inch set. Very nice set. You guys sell a lot of sets in foam?
Brian Stewart, check your email.
JWC Tech, yeah, they're the ones, the grip edge that's on Amazon are actually coming from Grip Edge, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, so they have their own Amazon Marketplace set up?
They have their own Amazon. Yeah, Grip Edge has their own. It's actually, I believe it's coming from them, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see if I can
That would
find
make
it.
sense.
I don't think it's coming from Amazon. I think I could be wrong though. Let me see. Sold by Grip Edge.
Okay.
So it's coming right from their place.
What is RPT? Rounded something technology? What is the P?
Preventative.
Something around, I don't know. Yeah, something like that. It's a weird acronym, one that you normally wouldn't think of.
Rounded preventative technology or something
Yeah,
like that.
something like that. Yeah. Next on the tool list, we've got Milwaukee Hammers rolling in. They've got a new to the market
Prevention.
set of hammers. And this is their soft face dead blow. They also have ball peen with the metal ends on them. I'm still waiting on those to arrive. I received just one the other day and I received just this one now. So they're rolling in, and the pricing's rather good compared to the Gear Wrench ones that I have previously sold. I'm interested to see how well these do. Cool feature, they've got a squared off top to the head, so you can actually set these down on something and they don't fall over. That's kind of cool. And they have a little hole in the handle for hanging up or using a lanyard or something like that. Anti-slip grip on them, which is rather substantial. And a lifetime warranty. This one's a 28-ounce hammer. They have, I think, 42 ounces, if I'm not mistaken, and some other sizes, this style, and then the ball peen ones they have as well. So these are just starting to roll in now. I can't wait to get the whole lineup on the truck at the same time. And normally I'm not a fan of just swapping brands just for fun, but I thought that the price differences on these is really very good. So figured it's enough of a reason there. It'll warrant putting it on the truck. Excuse my barking dogs. There's a prom party going on across the street, so people are showing up and closing doors.
What hammers were you carrying before the Trusty Cooks?
No, I looked into that. The Trusty Cook only has a 2-year warranty on their hammers, and I'm not going to put, if I can't get a lifetime warranted hammer, I'm not going to put it on the truck.
Makes sense.
As much as I like their hammers, too many other options have lifetime warranties for me to want to do that. So I was selling Gear Wrench, still am, but now Milwaukee's got theirs. They have slightly different designs, and I think it's a slightly better design than the Gear Wrench one. So I think there's some compelling reasons to buy this because these are also cheaper.
Yeah, I was about to say, are they cheaper than the Gear Wrench ones?
Yeah, a little bit, like $10-20 a hammer.
Yeah, Gear Wrench is a little proud of their hammers.
Well, their hammers were the old Armstrong hammers. When Apex Tool Group bought Armstrong, they bought them just to kind of turn the brand down. And they absorbed some of the product line into the Gear Wrench brand, and then others they just did away with. And Diabolical asks, how many different weights are they making? Let me look that one up for you. Give me 1 sec. All right, they've got a 28-ounce, so I just showed you the 48-ounce. They have a 3-pound drilling hammer, which has I'm not familiar with what application you would have for that. It's got a funky square with rounded ends on the head. I don't know why you would do that. 16-ounce steel ball peen hammer, 24-ounce steel ball peen hammer. Then they have the 16-ounce ball peen dead blow and the 32-ounce ball peen dead blow. So it's this style hammer, but with the metal faces on it. One's the flat one, one's the round ball peen one. And they have a few other styles of hammers, but nothing that we'd find in the automotive field. Framing hammers and stuff like that. Nothing that we'd be selling. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 6 different ones between the ball peens, the dead blow ball peen, and the regular dead blows. And 16 ounce, 30, 16, 24, 32, 28, and 48. All right. Speaking of our friend Robert, he wanted a 54-piece universal test lead set. He was asking me about this last week, and I forgot to bring it to him when I went to pick up my truck from Cass's shop the other day. Should have brought it with me. So
Well, you'll be there on Tuesday. It's not like he's
All
going to be out.
good. So this has 54 set. This has 54 pieces in them. A lot of different connector styles on these, and he's looking to, up his game for testing electrical components and stuff. And this is a very handy kit from a company called Electronic Specialties Incorporated, or ESI. All they make are electronic stuff. They make multimeters and lead sets and a lot of different test kits. I'm not a big fan of their meters because they're not true RMS meters, so you're not going to get the truest voltage reading on them. But the pricing's rather good. But I'd rather get a higher end, maybe more feature rich meter. But the problem is, I don't know, Mark, what your experience has been with multimeters lately, but I haven't been able to get anything.
Well, Fluke, I think Fluke left the automotive business, our suppliers, basically.
Yeah.
So that was the ones I always sold. But I think they sold so little to that market that I don't think our suppliers have them anymore, because I haven't seen them anywhere. So
I haven't either. I know Milwaukee makes multimeters for the last couple of years now. I don't know if those are good or not. I've never dealt with them. So. Oh, we have the rumor mills are cooking here. Justin asks, is it true Snap-on is going to stop offering lifetime warranty?
no way.
I can't imagine
No
that would ever be the case. Pat, have you heard anything if you're still around? I can't imagine that would be ever a thing.
I'm heard they're getting the Bud Light, though, girl, or so-called, to represent them now.
So their marketing is going to change for sure.
And that didn't do very well for Bud Light, that's for sure.
No.
No, it did not. No, complete miscalculation there. Well, while we're on the topic, I think that the interesting thing was of all the decisions Bud Light and she could have made about their marketing campaign, what I find very strange is
Very politically correct there.
well, even that I can understand because a lot of corporations are getting into that kind of thing. Like Hershey's is doing it, and a lot of other brands are doing it. But when she does 80/60 the entire existing customer base. When she said, we've been this fratty brand and having a good time. I mean, that's what people liked about it. That's the people you were marketing to. And then she just dismisses them all with one big one. With
that commercial or whatever, the 95% of their demographic that they want to sell to was like blown off, and then maybe 0.5% of who drinks their product is who they were. I don't know. I didn't get that at all.
That was very weird. Very weird.
A lot of things don't make sense to me. I don't understand how the woke movement makes such a big deal over Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben, but they don't have a problem with Cracker Jack. They're straight up calling the little kid a cracker, and they don't have a problem with that. That's not cool.
Believe me, the world is a very strange place in that regard.
I know that. I know Cass is tired because he would be rolling right now.
He's been oddly quiet. All right, let's get back and caught up with the chat.
Hey, Lindsay, I'm gonna grab something to drink real quick. Give me a second.
Sure. Yeah, it might get loud here because the dog just decided to march in this room where she's going to bark out the window. So bear with me if she starts barking. And T-Dog says, Milwaukee power tools are great. Hand tools, not that good. I absolutely agree with you on your power tools. It's our our number one power tool line that we sell. But I will depart with you on the hand tools, only because although I don't sell a lot of Milwaukee hand tools, the stuff I have sold, I've gotten very good feedback on. And I think that their wrenches are rather good. I have sold some of their socket and their chrome
I've sold their
socket and
sockets.
ratchet sets with pretty good results.
Yeah,
And I've been impressed with things like their wire strippers, their pliers sets, fairly good pricing, and I think the quality's pretty good. Mark, have you been selling much of their hand tools?
Just the sockets, just like the impacts.
Yeah.
That's
How
about
do
it.
you get good
And I
feedback
haven't
on
got
them?
any back, so if I don't get any back, it's a good thing.
Okay. Yeah, I've been very interested in their impact stuff. I wonder what it's like to do their any warranty replacements on that if they have open stock available. I don't know.
Diet Pepsi tonight, guys.
Well, this is interesting. Quick Wrench says that some person said that the big three tool brands will stop lifetime warranty due to YouTubers breaking their stuff on purpose. That I don't know. They've people have always been doing that. I don't know. That would be very interesting. I don't see how they could possibly. Gosh, I don't know. Any tool truck brand's expensive, like we all are. I just can't imagine how they could stop covering their warranty, especially if one of the reasons you pay that amount of money is because you know you're not going to have a problem getting warranty coverage in the future.
You think?
You would
I've had
think.
a Matco dealer tell me that he's not gonna, not Harry, not who I have now, but tell me that he couldn't warranty stuff because I didn't buy that stuff from him, and I was like, dude, that guy's not around. How am I supposed to warranty? You know, he retired. What do you want me
That's
to do?
suicide.
It is. If you, I mean, you might as well walk in the shop as a tool guy and say, "Hi, how are you? I'm not going to do business with you guys," and then turn around and leave. That you might as well do that if you're going to tell somebody, "I'm not going to warranty my own brand," if you didn't buy it from me.
I'll warranty anything. I'm pretty easy about that.
Yeah. Oh, and then Brian says the Mac guy is doing that. Well, hope he doesn't want to do much business. And Justin asks, who makes the Matco Hyperbits? I see Norseman, Vim, Astro making them. Okay. I have the 411 on that because a while back I did a little shout out to Concut on their Step Point drill bits. They saw the video and I got an email from the owner of the company who said, "Hey, can I send you some promotional stuff?" I said, "Sure." So he sends me some just some brochures and like sizing cards that have the sizing charts on for the bits. And in the email that he sent me, he said, "Call me if you ever have any questions." I'm like, "Well, this is going to be a really good time to ask a question about the Matco bits, who makes them and all, right?" So I sent him an email and I said, "Who makes the Matco bits?" I said, "Is it you guys? Who does it?" And he said, "This is too complicated a conversation to have over an email. Give me a call." So the owner of Concut gave me his cell phone number and I called him. And I talked to him for an hour about this topic. And it really blew me away that he had the kind of time that he was willing to dedicate to this conversation. So what he told me was Astro is the conduit for those bits for Matco. But Astro, as I mentioned before, does not do any of their own manufacturing. They have a contract with a Chinese company to make the bits that then ships to Matco. So I guess I don't know why Matco doesn't go directly. I don't know why they have to go through Astro. I don't know it to that detail. Maybe Brian, you do. But so there's three parties involved. There's Matco, Astro, and the actual manufacturer. Who then
Astro probably got an exclusive.
Well, they used to, but then that
went away.
Like the RBRT bits, right? They had an exclusive when it first started. That went away. Now everyone can get them.
No, what I'm saying is maybe Astro had the exclusive to bring them in.
Oh, that could be. That
Yeah.
might very well be. Like if they're like a sole importer or something to the U.S., that might be.
Or the Hypersteps, the Chinese manufacturer.
So what did he say? What did he say? Who makes the rest though? Who makes?
Which ones?
I mean, they're all. What did he say? What was the question he put up? Who makes the Astro and
Yeah, who makes the
Vim?
macro hyperstep bits?
But he was asking about Vim. He was asking about did he go into it anymore?
Well, I think he was saying because those are all companies that have them now that the patent's out, or the.
Or is it just?
Oh
from-
yeah, because he says he sees Norseman, Vim, Astro, Megan.
Yeah.
Here's how this industry works. I learned it's all from this terrific guy named Andy Thompson who owns Skin Cut. When I asked him about this, he said there are only 4 U.S.-based drill bit manufacturers, and everyone who has a drill bit,
So it comes out of one of them 4.
one of them 4, if they're U.S. made, right? If they're made overseas, I don't know who it is. So there's
Well, the prom made it to your house, man.
Oh, it's my daughter.
Oh,
tell her I said hi.
Oh,
So
she's
if somebody has
excited.
a U.S. made set of drill bits, they're only made by one of 4 companies, and it's probably not the company who's selling them, right? It's probably a private label arrangement where somebody hires or contracts with a company to make their bits for them, put their brand name on it, and sell them. So then I said to the guy, "Well, what about the metal index that the Mako drill bits come in?" I said that seems to be identical to the same metal index everyone else has. It's that funky shaped. It's not square. It's got that
Yeah,
one
it's
weird angle,
cut off.
and they flip open. They have the 3 things. He says there is one company that makes those indexes. They are a U.S.-based company. So what I assume Matco does is they'll buy the bits from through Astro from the manufacturer, and then they'll package them stateside in that index, because that index will then be made for them, stamped with their name or whatever. And Ken Cut does the same thing, and everyone else does the same thing. So there's only one company makes that index in the U.S., and then depending on where they want to get their bits made, it'll be the U.S. manufacturer, one of 4 companies, or an overseas company. So that's the way that works. It was just a terrific conversation to have with the Ken Cut owner, because it was just it answered a lot of questions that I know we all have. And anytime we can get a chance to kind of dispel any of the rumors and put some facts to it, I'm a big fan of that.
But even then, people still won't listen.
You can only reach so many people. Some people maybe not believe you, right? I mean, they're just, but this, I mean, when I tell you that a lot of my job, and I'm sure Mark, you're the same way, and Brian, I don't know if you go to the same extent that I do or Mark does. A lot of our job is learning this stuff. I mean, it's not just going out there slinging tools. It's learning these behind the scenes things, because it helps everyone make a more informed purchase decision. You're going to spend a lot of money on a good set of drill bits. Boy, make sure you know what you're getting, who you're getting it from, where it's coming from, if country of origin matters to you, if price matters to you, warranty matters to you. All this stuff is stuff that a good tool guy has to know. And we spend a lot of our time finding this out. Just having this conversation with the Ken Cut guy took months just for the pieces to fall together where I could even have that conversation. And when I did, I'm just absorbing it like a sponge, because it's really good stuff that I know I was going to be able to share with you on these kinds of videos. So, yeah, it takes a lot of work to keep up with this stuff. And then, someone could just dismiss it and say, I don't believe you. Well, okay, but I can only tell you what I know and what I learn from these guys. And Mark, I'm sure you're the same way.
T-Dog.
Well, thanks, T-Dog, for the input, man. I really appreciate that. I will absolutely be checking out the Milwaukee Impact sockets. I think that if there is anything like the rest of their product line, and if they're able to stand behind them easily with warranty stuff, I like their pricing. I'll say that. And I know they got a pretty
How do
good
they price against the Gray?
Yeah,
I mean, Gray has such good pricing.
I know.
And their sockets are so well made.
They are. I've never really seen any quality issues at all.
No.
And if you got to get it and it's impact grade, they're the ones that'll have it. You know what the best thing about Gray Pneumatic is their website, where if you search for something you're looking for, they show you a diagram that has every dimension of the socket. Length, width, thickness, how long the fluting is inside. I mean, every dimension you could ask for, they publish. And nobody else that I know of does that. All right, let's get back to some questions here. T-Dog asks, what drill bits would you recommend for someone to buy if they don't want to buy them on the truck and still get a lifetime warranty?
About Irwin.
There's no lifetime warranty on the Irwin, though.
There's not.
I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't know. I wish I had an answer.
I don't know. I only buy drill bits on the truck, so.
I know. Brian, how about you? You know of any? Or maybe Pat? I don't know.
That'd be a question like maybe you let the chat answer.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to ask two tool guys and two guys that buy tools off of tool trucks.
Although if there was one, I'm with Jude. Maybe Irwin. I don't know.
Yeah,
But yeah, I don't think they do.
makes a great point, though.
I mean, if we had somebody from Home Depot on right now, he could probably answer that question better
They
than
could tell
us.
us. All right, Justin asks, are Snap-on Mac or Mac solely transitioning away from USB? Justin, where are you getting your information from? You've got. It really depends on who their, where their facilities are, who's manufacturing for them, if they're doing it themselves. No one's transitioning away from that in favor of overseas. It might change from time to time based on, if there's a contracted manufacturer involved. But and Snap-on's another really good example. They're such a large company. They own facilities. They own Snap-on manufacturing facilities in 11 countries. So it's entirely possible you can get a Snap-on manufactured tool that's made in China, but it's made by Snap-on, or in Spain, or in Brazil. I don't know. They have lots of different countries that they manufacture in.
Yeah, well, I think aren't they really the only franchise one that really makes most of their tools.
You're right.
And then after that, who would it be? Cornwell?
Probably, because Cornwell does have a foundry, and they do make some sockets and pry bars.
Yep.
After
that, Matco makes what? Toolboxes and carts?
Toolboxes and
I don't even know what Mac makes.
Nothing.
Okay.
Mac makes a lot of their stuff.
Yeah, they still have factories in the U.S.
Matco doesn't make anything in the U.S.
Cornwell's
other than boxes.
Other than boxes.
I would say they do
I didn't
have
know what
their
Mac made.
Made in Ohio section, like on Gabe's truck, but most of his stuff is his Blue Power stuff now. And you were right, Mark, earlier, because Gabe he's a Cornwell dealer, but he's got a lot of the brands that you guys carry. He's got Gear Wrench, and he's got Vim and Lyle, and I've seen a lot of well, I guess everybody has Lyle, but I've seen a lot of I've even seen Capri on Gabe's truck before.
Really? Wow.
I think Cornwell has they have a different model, and they don't rebrand as much. Like if it's a Lyle tool, it comes in labeled Lyle. They don't rebrand the packaging.
Right.
I would say like after Snap-on, probably some of your tool manufacturers are going to be like tool brands like Lyle and Mayhew.
Lang, yeah.
Oh yeah, but I was just talking about the franchise trucks.
I just interrupted you on accident. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Apex. Look how big Apex is.
Yeah, but if we're talking about USA manufacturing,
USA, yeah, they're not.
But is Apex a manufacturer? They're mainly just a distributor, right?
No, they do have they do own a lot of
some.
manufacturing. I think they own 20 facilities around the world in all different countries, but they own like 36 brands. They own a lot. They own like Lufkin and Crescent Job Box. They own Armstrong, Gear Wrench, a lot of different brands. All right.
All right, what are you showing us next?
What else we got? Whoa. Maybe you guys can tell me why these are so expensive. I saw two different versions of this when I was speccing them out for my customer. And one has a regulator, and this one does not. The one with the regulator was some idiotic price. It's an AC flush kit. It has a nozzle. But I've seen these with a regulator that you would connect here. I can't remember what they were priced at, but they seem ridiculous to me.
What are you selling that one for?
This $99.
And you'll get about 1 to 2 AC seasons out of it, and then you'll have to replace a bunch of stuff on it because it'll leak.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's the one that the customer specifically asked for. So I don't have a whole lot of experience with this by itself, so I really couldn't.
Everyone I've ever used does that. You know, like you'll get them the first year, it'll work great. Then the second year, you'll get sprayed with it. Then by the third year, you probably are wearing more of the flush than the cars. So, but I just think because I think the flush dries out the rubber on there, like in the. I have to show you to explain it to you when you come out on Tuesday. Just remind me. I'll show you one. I've got an old one at the shop.
Does it have the same problem?
Oh yeah. You just use a lot of rags whenever you use it.
Oh,
Because I don't just use it for ACs. Whenever you do transmissions and you flush the cooler, I like to use the cooler flush I like to use the AC flush for the trans cooler because it's the trans flush that comes in the can always seems to leave like an oily residue. I am a believer that try not to have any contaminants in the cooler whenever you go back. So.
I felt like an idiot and then I felt less like an idiot after I talked to the customer. I haven't had nail brushes on the truck in forever because they were on back order for a long time. But these are the regular dual bristle ones here, and then ones for your cuticles here. And they have a cool magnet on them so you can stick them to your box or cart. But I had a customer come up to me, young kid, and he says, "Do you have any of these on the truck?" I'm like, "I don't. I got to order them." And his was just goopy and covered with oil. And I'm standing with the senior tech in the shop, and as the guy walks away, the tech says to me, he borrowed my nail brush and then cleaned an oil pan with it. Not realizing it was fingernails. so now I have some. At least he was willing to buy the replacement nail brush.
How much do those go for?
$5.
For the set of 3 or a piece?
No, for each.
Right.
I think I can sell a set of 3 for $12 or $5 a piece, something like that. I usually just break up the.
What's the number on them, Lindsay?
74140.
They have them in stock.
Yes, they were on back order for a long time. Tell me that this is the best looking dual foot tire truck you've ever seen in your life.
Sharp.
Swanky textured black finish. You can actually
I like the
calibrate
color,
these
easy to
yourself.
Yeah,
lose.
Yeah.
that's what I was about to say. And it's lose
like
me
the
written all
color.
over it. You got to sell a dog leash to put on that ring.
That's a really good idea. And you can recalibrate it, which is kind of cool. Yeah, this one goes to 150 psi.
Yeah,
Who,
I have
who
I have
makes it?
a couple of those.
Who makes it?
It's a K tool. 89041.
Everybody's Amazon cart's gonna be loaded after this show.
Great.
Just keep on typing in numbers. That's all I do.
Right. Keep typing them in. These are the Titan non-aerosol spray cans. These are just like the Sure Shots. They now have them in different colors, which I'm happy about because guess what? They start selling better when they have nicer colors. They're easier to see. They look good on the shelf.
The green
So-
one you can just ship to Jude. He's looking at that right now.
Take it out of the box. Really make the sale.
All right. Jude, if you were here, I'd put it in your hands. Maybe once you're touching, like, oh, I gotta have it. It's green.
When I first jumped on, you the last thing I saw was you held up a K-Tool punch and chisel set, but you didn't have it up long. I just got on. What are you selling those for? That looked like a nice
That's like
Astro.
That was the Astro.
The Astro.
Yeah, the Astro set. The Astro set. That's what it
It's
was.
like $45.
It's not bad.
They're strangely inexpensive.
Yeah, I have one here. It's in my mobile setup, and then Robert got one at the shop, and then
Do
They
you see
hold
any
on.
performance difference at all with that cast?
no, but I haven't I'm not over there chiseling away on a bunch of shit either.
Yeah.
I mean, it's for a mobile setup. I don't use it a lot because I don't do a lot of the mobile work anymore. So, yeah,
Can you get a
might as well
rebuild
just-
kit for it?
You can put the Sure Shot rebuild kits in here. I sell the caps that have the ears on them. They don't make them under the Titan brand, but Sure Shot does. I just
So the
Oh,
first
let's
thing
put
you're
the
going to
Sure
do
Shot
whenever
on
you
there.
get that is you're going to take the nozzle off, and there's a little copper piece in there that reduces down the flow. You're going to throw that away, and then you're going to take your smallest drill bit, and you're going to go to the end of that chrome nozzle, and you'll drill it out, and then it'll have enough pressure whenever you use it, it'll be able to spray away anything you touch. So
the nozzle there.
yeah, you'll take that off and just use your smallest drill bit out of your drill kit. You'll open it up, and then behind that there's a little copper piece, and you just take that and throw it away because you don't need it. And then
Good advice.
it'll spray out at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's a lot more pressure.
If not, if you went and filled it up and aired it up right now, it'd come out as fine mist. It'd be good for cutting oil if you're gonna use cutting oil, something like that, or some kind of rust penetrant. But if you're gonna use it with brake clean or brake wash or whatever you call it, you're gonna drill that tip on there and throw that copper piece away so you get the volume out.
The restrictor plate.
Yep.
If you need a flex head long handled 3/8 ratchet, you have surprisingly few options. But Easy Red has one. This is the 18-inch long with a flex head. Gear Wrench does not have one. For some reason.
How's it holding up for you?
I've sold a few of these, never a problem. And the repair kits, if you need them for the head, are readily available.
What don't they sell? The 18-inch one? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, they have a 72 tooth count, so it's not, it's not a fine tooth one. But if you need the flex head and the long handle, it's really the only choice that I know of, unless someone else knows of one. But they also have a set of extendable ratchets, and they have a 3/4 drive ratchet, which is rather beefy, rather good.
With the replaceable head or with the breaker bar head? That was Easy Red, wasn't it?
Is
You
that?
could pop the head off. It was a 3/4. You can take the head off and you can put a breaker bar head on it.
Yes, they do have that option.
Yes, I
The
just sold it to
one
a
I
guy.
sold is just a regular extendable ratchet.
Speaking of 3/4-inch torque wrenches, did you have any update on the?
No, I've been going back and forth with those guys. I got to get with them. Thank you for reminding me, because I know someone else, if Larry B's still around, he wanted the other one. So we'll see. I'm still waiting to hear back from him. So sorry, I've been playing phone tag with them. Brian, the retail on the sprayer cans is $71.99, and the Sure Shot ones are $10 more. All right. Oh, more cool stuff from Gray Pneumatic. I think it's funny that they don't put a warranty on their reducing adapters or their thin wall sockets, but they do put a warranty on their socket adapters. And you're always going to break them. But the reason I carry the Gray Pneumatic ones is because of their lifetime warranty, where some other brands don't put one on. So, part of my job as a tool guy is to make sure I know what the warranties are and who they're from, because that's going to inform my decision as to what I put on the truck. So I'm not going to sell you a brand that doesn't have a warranty. I'm only going to sell the brand that does. And it's an easy enough to swap them out.
Yeah, I don't use. I got the Snap-on. It's not a driver. Well, I guess it's a driver, but it's not like the Milwaukee where it's like the hydraulic driver where it's got like a lot of where you're using it as like a 1/4-inch drive impact. I'm just using mine to take like screws and low torque stuff out with. So I've never broken one. I could see how you could.
Yeah, especially,
Or a
there's a lot
hammer
of people
driver.
who don't
Maybe
have
I
the
should call it a
sales
hammer
thing.
driver.
Well, yeah, but there's a lot of people who don't have the refined approach or finesse that you do. That are using
What can I
those,
say?
right? It's your
Is that like a knock on the conversation we had yesterday? When you were asking me how I plugged and unplugged the
No,
sensor
first
on
of all, I'm amazed that you can do it that way. All right, on the fuel pump for my truck, and I have a.
fuel filter.
Oh, that's right. It's on the filter. It's not the pump.
Well, technically it is the pump too, because you prime the system. Well, it's a low volume pump or low pressure pump.
Yeah. I have
Technically,
my truck is a GMC 5500, and I'll do the oil changes and the fuel filter changes myself. And I despise changing the fuel filter because the fuel filter sensor attaches to a screw-on fitting on the bottom of the filter, but it's a pigtail. So you have to unplug it. You have to unplug the connector in order to unscrew the filter, and then screw off the fitting, and then screw onto the new filter, put it back, and then you got to plug that pigtail back in. And where it's situated, between getting past, I think some hard AC lines and some other stuff in there, to try to get up in there and reconnect that pigtail is a pain, because you just have two dangly pieces of wire with a connector, and you can't hold them rigidly. So, when Cass was working on the truck, among other things, he replaced a fuel filter with one that he recommended I use instead of the one I had. And I asked him how he reconnected that connector, because it just gives me fits every time I got to do it. And Cass has the ability to
The chat is saying that they can't hear us.
really.
I can hear you.
Oh, the
just
chat.
Justin. Justin was the
Yep.
only one that's having problems. So
Justin,
the audio is
Ian,
choppy.
this is Justin, Ian, and then Quick Wrench too. Audio is out. Audio
yeah.
gone here.
Quick One just said it's good now.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
It looks like it just broke up for a couple of seconds. It looked
Okay.
like.
JWC Tech, the part on that adapter is the 1/4-inch is 1414HA, and the 3/8 is 1438HA from Gray Pneumatic.
So get back to your story.
So Cass has these remarkable hands where he can. I asked my idea. He says, "I just
That's
go in and grab it with one," and he says, "If you can do this, and he can do it." And he was showing me. I'm like, "Come on, I don't even." First of all, my hands don't work that well anyway on a good day, and I got to get in there with like a pair of long reach, double jointed pliers to grab one connector, and I got to use a thing for the other one. And he made it seem really easy.
What I tell you where?
What?
I told you where I got my skills from.
You know why mechanics have beautiful wives, right?
Why? That's the real After Dark stuff right there, by the way. And then this reminded me as to why Cass said he was so good. Yep. Okay. Yes. Guys make me jealous. What else we got for tools? We got some repaired stuff that came in, some repaired warranted Streamlight lights. These are old versions of these lights. There's an old Stinger here with an incandescent bulb in it.
Oh,
Yeah.
is
But,
the button warranty for life?
under warranty?
Is the rubber button or on-off button warranted for life on the Stingers?
Yeah.
Because the tech at our shop has one that's worn out, and he says that they won't warranty it for him. Oh my goodness! Look at that thing.
Yeah, they will. These people in the no warranties on warrantyable items, yes, they are covered under warranty. This one has got a new button and some other work done on it under warranty from Streamlight. This is
Look
the
at that
Ultra
thing.
Stinger. This thing is still a current model. I thought it wasn't. I thought it was old.
Oh wow, that's a
But
current
it's
model.
still a current model. The Ultra Stinger. But yeah, you got a new button and some other stuff on it.
I'm probably like on my, in the years I've been, since the Stinger came out and the years I've been wrenching, I'm probably like on my fourth or fifth one. Not because they wore out or broke, but because I no longer have them.
Oh, Sayer, thank you for the super chat. I'm glad that you enjoyed the stream. Great to see you on here. I appreciate the conversation. Love your opinions and your perspectives on stuff. So have a good night. We'll see you on the flip, sir. Thank you.
What's up, Schmitty? How you doing, man? Doug, Ian, Shannon, Quick Wrench, Brian, Jason.
Then we got I think this box that says warranty stuff in it. So the 8-inch pry bar from Milwaukee, got a new one under warranty there because the tips will break off.
Are we going to get any of Coil Tools After Dark specials at the end of
I don't know. The only After Dark stuff I have is just some ammo. I got I was showing it earlier, some MagTech 9mm 144 grain, Armscore 223 62 grain, and PMC 308 and 147 grain. I don't have any guns right now. I'm nervous because the customer asked me to get a Cerakote job done on his pistol, and I have a dealer relationship with a large gunsmith company in where are they? Colorado, I think, somewhere. And I've never used them before for anything, but I figured this would be a really good chance to get some Cerakoting done. And I'm just nervous because, when you want something Cerakoted, that's a very personal thing. You want your gun to look exactly a certain way, and you have in your mind what you want it to look like. And of course, what you have in your mind is probably not going to be exactly what I've got in my mind after you tell me. And then after I tell the Cerakoting people, it's probably not exactly what they have in their mind. So I'm just nervous it's going to come out good. But when it does come back, I'm going to show you because you want a nice two-tone dark earth and black done to his Sig Sauer P365.
Yeah, let me know because I have something I want to get done.
Sure, yeah. Yep.
So
T-Dog asked what brand toolboxes do I sell? I presume Extreme and Homac, but I'm not a fan of the Homac stuff. I don't think that you're getting a lot for your money there. I'd
All right,
rather
well, tell
see
them what
stuff-
you really sell.
I mean, I don't actually sell them. I don't really consider myself a toolbox salesman. New. I mean, I'll take something used on any chance I get. But as far as new stuff goes, those are the brands I carry. I think I have sold 2 new toolboxes in the 7 years that I've been in this business. It's not usually worth it to me because it's so expensive that I would have to get somebody on a third-party financing plan, and those are very expensive. So I don't usually do that. If I do a deal on a toolbox, I want to keep it on a truck account, which is why I can usually do that with used ones, okay, but not the new stuff.
He sells more used ones than anything else.
Yeah, used boxes are very easy to sell, so I'd much rather get those. I don't keep a toolbox on the truck. I'd rather take up the space that I would use for a toolbox to put those adjustable work tables. Those sell like crazy. I'm out of them right now. I got to get some more, but
Lindsay, you need to make a playlist on your channel. You might already. I don't know. I usually just watch your videos on Sunday, so I've seen a lot of them. But a playlist of when you get a used toolbox and you go over all the specs and details and clean it out, because you've had a ton of those videos, and I think people probably check. People like toolboxes. I think they like those videos. If you had a playlist, they'd probably do pretty well.
ooh, that's good thinking. I should do one for toolboxes and carts.
Yeah.
Because I'm surprised the viewership that some of those older videos are still getting. Because like every now and then someone will post a comment and I'll see it. I'm like, man, what video is this even about? I'll look and it's like a 2 or 3 year old video. So people are still getting some watch time on those, and they're still asking questions on them, which is kind of cool. That's a good suggestion. Thank you.
It's been so long since I saw the box. I don't even know if my lift gate works.
If someone wanted a gear wrench box, could you guys get them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't recommend the gear wrench ones. I think they're very expensive. If someone insists on buying a new toolbox for me, I would recommend the Extreme, either the RX series or their EX Pro series. They have a DX series, which is a really entry level, low grade box. It's a light duty box. I don't normally recommend it for pro use. I do know someone who just bought one. So he hasn't lived with it that long, so I don't know how it's holding up for him. But the RX and EX ones are very good. I would recommend those. But I would recommend someone buy from somewhere else because they're going to be less than what I could sell them for. By the time if I were to get somebody on my credit program for that, by the time they'll spend way more money than they should on a boxing it for way less if they got it for. I think Northern Tool sells them, and some other retailers do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went to Home Depot or Lowe's tonight. I had to get a tarp, and while we were there, we walked by and they had like some toolboxes kind of between the 2 big sets of aisles, and they were like the 42-inch Cobalt, tool cabinets with like the faux wood tops on them. My wife, she does a lot of like heat press and all that other mess. And she's like, yeah, I want this one. And of course, she was pointing to the green one. So I'm like, oh yeah, Jude would be jealous of that one right away. But because you've seen where her press is in the garage, Lindsay.
Mhm.
So she's got that big cabinet, but she wants to downsize so she can have some smaller drawers. But she was like, I want this one. I'm like, all right, well, good. We're not getting one. So
That was a quick conversation.
we'll probably buy it next month or so.
I just want to make sure I get caught up on the chat here. There's a bunch of stuff that got talked about. Brian asked how the sales of the long reach high speed Milwaukee ratchets. They've been selling moderately well for me. Not as popular as the regular reach ones because the price goes up, and some people aren't too fond of the pricing on the long reach ones. But all high speed ones are the only ones I'll carry anymore. Mark, how about you?
I sold a lot of the first version they had, So guys aren't going to replace that version just for speed.
No.
So, I mean, I'm sure sooner or later they'll start selling again, but once you flood the market with one, they're not going to just jump ship
Yeah, that's probably
for the
why
same tool.
that's probably why I haven't seen really brisk sales on the new ones. Ian, yeah, the RX and the EX ones are around 10 grand. They do have a bundle deal where you can get an RX 72-inch box, a bottom box with a hutch, and I can retail them that for about 10.5.
Hey, Lindsay, Doug was asking about the adjustable work tables. I think he's thinking he was talking about Erico just recently got a Harbor Freight adjustable table for powertrain R&R. These are more like
Just bring up a picture of it, Lindsay.
the
I
K
think I got
tool
one.
tool tops.
I've got one of those K tool tops. I like it. I just wish the base was set up so that way a little better to go around the tires, get a little more in the engine bay. But I love that thing.
Kind of like
A table like this,
Snap-on
Jim,
is.
is this what you have?
Yeah, kind of like the Snap-on one is. Which because Snap-on one's a lot more expensive. I have that table right there.
Is it Vim that makes the one that? No, Mueller Kemp makes the one that looks like the Snap-on one. Has the wider to go around the tire.
Yes, they do. And Gear Wrench has one as well, but for the price, I don't think you're getting anything better. In fact,
No,
I'd steer you away from the Gear Wrench one because it has a much lighter capacity than this one does.
yeah, this is a really good all-around car. And then if you want something like that goes around the tires a little bit easier, you'd have to get the Mueller Kemp one, which still isn't bad priced.
No, I put tools up there all the time, or a turbo, or stuff like that. That thing holds up great.
Yeah, and who asked that original question? Was that? Oh, that was Smitty. Okay, so here's that table, Smitty. There's a few different versions of this table depending on which brand you buy, but they're all basically the same. They have the 4 2-inch casters, and they have this down tube here, which has either a T handle or a knob.
I think they're all Sunex, aren't they?
I think they are, and they hold the tube that holds the top, so you can adjust this to a height of 48 inches, and they have the drawer. What you can't see too well is the 3 compartments along the front edge, and then there's a tool rack in the back behind the big tray. Right now, I'm retailing them for $164.99. The price fluctuates depending on what the sales are doing and what brand I'm buying. I get the K-Tool ones when they're cheaper, and then when ATD has them cheaper, I get them from a different distributor, but the same table. And who said they had a Sunex one in here? Is it JWC Tech? Yeah. He says he got the Sunex adjustable height work table. It's been great.
Yeah.
I think they're the same exact ones. I think Sunex
It's the
makes
same
them for
one.
everybody, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they were the first ones out with them.
Yeah. That's a really good idea, adding the pack out drawers to the base. I sold one to a welder who welded a cage, like a basket, like a steel basket to the base. And then he put like big 5-inch casters on it, and he really souped this thing up. So you can put some nice accessories on it that you can do yourself, even though they don't come with those options. But if I can certainly understand wanting a bigger caster on them, and adding something for storage on the bottom is a great addition.
There was an old table like that. I think, Lindsay, we kind of I took a screenshot of Autobahn Dan's toolbox tour, and he had a table just like that, but it came with a cabinet that opened up underneath it. But I asked him a few times. He said, "Oh, you won't find it anymore. They don't make it." I did my due diligence before I bought this, and I couldn't find it. He was right, but it was a great idea to have a little storage area down there. It's just utilize the space. I mean, space is at a premium. So
Yeah.
oh, here he goes. He said the same thing. Yeah, but I saw the same thing, Jason.
they're a great table, and I would rather, because we can buy those, we can get bulk purchase deals on those. And if we buy, I forget, ISN is a deal. Like if you buy a pallet full, 15 of them, they give you a price break. I can buy them from Medco though, and I can mix and match colors to get a pallet full, and they still get a price break. So, we have to buy $2,000 worth at a time, but I will know they'll sell if we want to get the best pricing we can get. So if I buy them by the pallet, that'll last me a couple of months, but we're always keeping them on the truck. I would much rather sell as many of those work tables I possibly can than sell one toolbox. I mean, there's better money there. It's lower risk for me. The margin on them is better than what I can sell a toolbox for. So it doesn't take long to sell enough of those tables to equal the cost of selling a toolbox. And those tables sell so frequently, it's never really a problem. I mean, when I was really selling those like crazy, I was selling, I don't know, I go through a pallet full in a week. I mean, I would just blast through them. We'll just put them together and put them on the truck as fast as I possibly could. I'd sell everything I had on the truck. By the end of the day, they were gone. Restock them for the next day. They were gone. By the end of the week, everything I ordered was gone, or by the end of the week after that. So, like everything else, you reach market saturation, and when everyone sees them, they buy them. And I don't know of any other tool truck that has that style. The Snap-on one is a different style, like Jude was talking about, with the base that'll go around the tire. But I don't know any other tool trucks. None of the Matco, Cornwell, the Mac guys around me is selling that table that I know of.
The Snap-on one goes up a little higher.
Okay.
It's got a little different base. Yeah. They had a sale on them, probably 2 or 3 months ago in our area, at least. And they were like $600. And
Yeah, it's a lot more expensive.
it's a lot more expensive, but
Yeah.
you kind of see, not to say that those aren't quality, but you just see the difference in quality. Like it's noticeable. You know why it's more expensive whenever you look at it. Like the actual shaft that holds the worktop up is bigger around, and it's also a little thicker metal, and then it can support more weight on the edges while you're rolling it. So I could see how it would cost more. I actually thought when they were selling it for $600, they weren't selling it for enough. So, but I was going to buy one, and then my dealer, he's new, so he only bought a couple, and he couldn't get them for that promotional price. So I wasn't worried about it. I'll just buy another one from Lindsay. So,
Yeah.
Hey, T-Dog, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'll try to do more than one video a month.
That's all right, dude. I got to get back into doing videos. So
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Jude, that one you did with Gabe and his new truck, I tell you got some traction because you and I have some viewers in common who I have as customers who are watching and telling me about it. And before I had a chance to watch it, I was really blown away. I mean, so you're making some good content that I know is gaining some traction.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. And T-Dog asked, so I've been selling them Milwaukee pry bars. Yeah, they're a good seller. They're a good quality pry bar. Price is pretty good. You can buy a 4-piece set of Milwaukees for about, I don't know, $50, $60 less than like a Mayhew set or a K-Tool set. I showed you the small one earlier. I'm replacing on a warranty. Oh, this one right here. They're a good quality pry bar.
yeah. So the K-Tool set that he's selling, I think you're selling those for like $150. Isn't that right?
Something like that. One.
Yeah, and basically this is Mayhew pry bars, but they're
Yeah.
branded as K-Tool and they're $10 cheaper than Mayhew. The Gear Wrench ones, you're under 100 on that one, or not Gear Wrench. The Milwaukee, you're under 100 on those.
Not anymore. They were before everyone's price got up. They used to be like $85 for a 4-piece
Yeah,
set.
when I
It
bought
was
them,
a steal.
it was $88 with tax, and I got them from you.
Yeah.
And they're a good pry bar. I only broke one time, and that was a fluke deal. How I broke it, it was the smallest one, and you warrantied it out pretty quick.
How's
Yeah,
that?
there's
set
The
holding
longest one I use all the time.
up? How's that set holding up that you sold to that one customer that did not care? Just he wanted the Titan set that was like $30. I know I bring up the most obscure stuff. I know, but
Your memory blows me away. That's actually the same. And actually, the same customer I was telling you about, Sammy Salinas, who watches your videos too, and he told me about Gabe's truck.
okay.
He uses them occasionally. He's not. I mean, when he's not working his day job, he and his dad operate a ranch, so he does a lot of work on the ranch. So a lot of the times, the tools he buys, because he's an AC tech, and his day job, where he works on transit buses. So he doesn't need a lot of tools for regular job. He needs more tools to work on the ranch. So a lot of what he buys from me, he buys there for his ranch. And that's why I bought those pry bars. So he bought, one day he gets on the truck, for you who don't know, he sees in the flyer the set of Titan pry bars for like $20. It was like a 4-piece set. He says, "Are those any good?" I said, "Probably not." I said, he said, "Can you get them for him?" I'm like, "All right." So I ordered them. They come in the next week. I said, "Here's your pry bars." He goes, "My what?" I said, "The pry bars you asked for." He said, "I didn't ask for these." I said, "You walked up to me with the flyer and said, 'Can I get these?'" They said, "I might have been drunk when I said, "I don't think you were. You were at work at the time. You seem sober." So I was like, "I don't remember ordering them, but okay." Right. So,
Thanks.
so he takes them and he uses them occasionally. I guess they're okay. I would not go bragging about a $20 4-piece set of pry bars from Titan, but I mean, if you need them for, something quick and dirty, they're there. I don't think they had striker caps on them. I don't think they're really built to be used like the Mayhew ones are, or the Milwaukee ones are. But he's getting some use out of them. And Brian says he doesn't push toolboxes. Yeah, well, I mean, I get it. I think a lot of us are like that. I think when I was dealing Mac, part of their rules are like you had to have a toolbox on the truck. But I wouldn't. First of all, I never sold many new Mac toolboxes when I was a Mac dealer. I think I sold 2. They're just not. They're not going to sell nearly as well as Snap-on and Macos toolboxes. I never really pushed them either because Mac didn't have a great finance program either. So I would much rather work in used toolboxes and fill the slots on the truck 4 toolboxes with those work tables.
I would use it as a bonus. If I sold it, I sold it. If I didn't, I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't worry about it.
No, I first of all, I mean, used toolboxes and carts are always going to sell. As long as people don't want me to give them too much money for it, and I'm not asking too much to sell on a truck, and I can keep it on a truck account. Now, the nice thing about me selling them on a truck account is I can be very choosy about who I sell it to because I can't just sell it to anyone. I'm not going to get into a $2,000 to $4,000 truck account with just anybody. So what I'll tell people is and I only tell the people I have any interest in dealing with at all. But the terms are set, and that is 20% down, and we finance the rest for no more than 52 weeks. That's it. Right? So figure it out between how much of a down payment you want to put and how much you can afford every week. That's what we're going to do. And for the people who say yes to that deal, it's been outstanding business for me. These are guys who they know what their budgets are. They know their finances. I know them to be good people. The last deal I did like that, the guy, they never failed to make the payments. And it's been very easy to do. So I won't just allow anyone to buy a toolbox from me if I have to keep on a truck account because it has to be
What do you use that for? Is that like for $3,000, $4,000? How do you have a limit that? I mean, do you do that for anything over or up to?
I've not sold a box for over $5,000.
And that's how you did it.
That's how I did it.
Yeah.
I think I sold it for.
Do you do that for $1,000? Do you do that for $1,000? Do you do that for $500? What do you?
What I do for $1,000 and over is, someone wants to make a purchase. Let's say they want to buy a scanner for $2,000.
Mm-hmm. Same
kind of deal. Where you're going to put 20% down and we're going to pay the rest off over a certain period of time. Now, if the payment would be less than $100 I try not to. I try not to get it so they would have to make a choice to make a payment over $100 a week, because I know that's kind of pricey for anybody, even shop
Mhm.
owners. So I sold a $5,000 scanner to a shop under that same term, and they're paying $100 a week.
Yeah.
But after their down payment, we could say, okay, 52 weeks at $100. So they were fine with that. And if it's like anybody else, it's usually once your balance is over $1,000 on the truck, then we're either going to do two things. We're going to change the type of account to be what I call an extended credit account, where you're on a fixed payment plan now for that balance.
Yeah.
If you want to buy something else, now we're on your regular truck account now, and it has a separate payment schedule.
Separate payment.
Right, because otherwise what I noticed was when people were hitting $1,000 balances, they would tend to just hover right around there, and they'd make a payment, but then they'd buy something that offset their payment. So so these $1,000 balances were never going away, and they got expensive because I'm constantly, having to sell them something else. Meanwhile, I'm putting money into their account and not getting much back, and we're not charging interest, so that $1,000 balance stays there, and it gets expensive. So once I implemented that policy, that problem pretty much went away, and it's been pretty easy to deal with.
How do you say? What do you run MM1, or are you running? You got your own thing, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, MM1
I thought so. I remember you saying something about that.
Yeah, MM1 is a third-party software that was created by people, an independent software company, just for tool trucks, and it's specific to the tool truck industry. So the nice thing about it is it's structured the way a tool truck guy would want to see his software structured.
Yeah.
But it's got a lot of limitations.
Yes, it does.
It's one installation on one machine, and that's it. So I had to install it on the software on the truck. And that means that my wife, who takes care of all of our inventory and some reordering and dealing with some customer stuff, she needs access to our customer accounts.
She can't see it.
She couldn't see it, right? She has to wait till I get home.
Yeah.
So meanwhile, we got boxes of stuff sitting here waiting to be checked in. She can't do it.
Yeah.
If she has to follow up with a customer, can't do it. If she has no insight at all, if she needs to create a purchase order, can't do it.
Can't do it.
So I have to wait till I get home, take the computer off the truck, bring it in the house, and then she could do her work. So that's not fair, and it's this burdens her during the evening hours. So when we were looking for software, when we were looking to put more trucks on the road and to look to expand, we did a lot of research into what would be best suited for that. And our number one criteria was this has to be a cloud-based service that any one of us can access at any time concurrently. So we found what I didn't realize at the time. It's I think the world's largest point of sale software called Lightspeed.
Yeah, I remember you saying that before.
And it's been very good for us. We have two locations because we have our sales office where we sell our firearm stuff out of, and we have our truck. So two locations cost us $3,000 a year. And it handles all of our inventory, all of our history, and you can't delete anything. You can only archive it, which means it's always there. You can always refer back to it if you need to. It handles all of our credit stuff. It even has an integrated payment processing feature that we don't use because we can't schedule payments, and that's necessary. So we have to go with a third-party payment processor. But other than that, it's been excellent, rock solid. Support is very good, and we never had a problem with it. What are you using?
MM1.
Yeah.
But I run into the same problems.
Right, yeah. Yeah, especially when we want to put more trucks on the road. We hired a guy. I'm like, well, we can't have MM1 if we hire somebody.
Yeah.
Because he needs access to the same customer data.
Because I just got an assistant now on the truck with me.
Okay.
Because I'm still doing 2 routes, but I do both of them myself.
Yeah.
So
how's that working out with the assistant?
Everything's good. It's nice.
Very good. All right, let's get caught up with the chat. Ian says Mac makes really good toolboxes, right? Any thoughts? I think they're fine quality. They don't have all the nice features and color choices that you'll get on the Snap-on or the Mako truck, but I think they're fine quality boxes. But Mac doesn't make them. They purchased Waterloo, who makes their boxes for them. Waterloo used to be the box manufacturer for Cornwell, but Stanley Black & Decker bought Waterloo, so now they manufacture for Mac. And then Cornwell bought Kennedy as their box manufacturer. And you know Kennedy from years ago, they were a machinist toolbox manufacturer. They make excellent stuff. So now they're making Cornwell's boxes for them, and Waterloo is making Mac's boxes for them. Yeah, and Quick Rent says they all make good boxes. I mean, I don't think you're going to find too many quality issues with any of them. It's really just a choice of features, colors. You know, if you can get a finance deal that you're happy with, and if the dealer is going to make you a deal on price and trade and all the rest of it that works for you. Hey, Andrew, thanks for the question. When you carry the credit, aren't you charging interest? No, only a licensed lending institution can legally charge interest. Any service charges can be added after the fact, but unless we're a financial institution, our software does not calculate that at all. So it would be very difficult, kind of time consuming, and honestly, you would forget to do it if you had to recalculate interest or service charges regularly on someone's account. So the way stuff is sold on truck accounts is that's why tool trucks are more expensive than other buying options that you have as a consumer, because instead of charging interest or service charges, that's built into the price when we run something on credit. So, people will say things like, man, you're selling that for $200. I can get it for $100 on Amazon. I know you can, but I'm a small time operator. We move low volume and we sell everything on credit. So we're taking a risk.
Using my money.
Somehow.
You're using my money, so
yeah, pretty much. I mean, I'm your bank at that point. I have to buy it and then wait to get the money when I sell it. That's got to be worth something. And I come to you, offer service after the sale, blah blah blah. All that has to be worth something, and hopefully it is.
And if you come on the truck with cash, well, that's worth something too.
Absolutely, it is. Right? Somebody says, "Yeah, I got cash. Fine, I can take a percentage off," as most tool guys would.
I have the buy it now price.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And I've done promotions like that too, where like sometimes I get really good deals on Milwaukee stuff. So I'll stock way up on Milwaukee, and then I'll have three options: pay for it all now, right? Pay it off in 4 weeks, or put it on your regular truck balance and pay it off on your current schedule. And those three prices are dramatically different. And then people have a choice. If they just want to put in their account, there's the price. If they want to pay for it now, there's a price. Or if they know they're going to set it up in 4 weekly payments or whatever, there's one in between. So there's different ways to work it. That's we all have our different ways of doing it. Mark, I don't know if you ever did anything like that where you kind of tier your payment schedules or whatever, or your pricing.
I tell all my guys, if you see it online, just come to me first.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to pay cash online, I'll take your cash. I've
actually done that. A guy came to me and he saw, I forget what he saw. He saw something at Home Depot, and he said, he says, I know you probably can't meet this price. I said, and like Home Depot's retail price was like $10 more than my cost. I said, can you pay for it at once?
I think that was Robert.
Might have been.
Pretty sure it was.
The way I say to guys when they do that, when they bring me something like that, the way I look at it is I made $10.
Yeah, and I made it front of the process. Yeah,
I didn't do nothing.
Yeah, it was $10. All I had to do was add it to his order, and that's that easy. So something like that is generally not a problem. I mean, you can't survive on that. Right? I can't survive on a $10 margin on a.
The only way you can do that and survive on it is then you open your own an online store.
Right. Which I'm really interested in doing. I've had a lot of people ask me lately about an online store. I just don't have a really good manageable way to do that. I'm just trying to figure out some options there.
There's people you can talk to.
There absolutely are. It just takes time and effort.
Yeah. That's what people always ask me. Can you mail it to me or ship it to me? I'm like, yeah, I really don't want to do an online thing.
Because it's a whole other thing to manage. And I don't have anyone that could do that. I'd have to hire somebody, and then they'd have to move a lot of tools online to pay for their salary. So I don't know how feasible it really is. Yeah, and Brian says must be cash, not a card. Yeah, because it
Not all
costs
the
us money
time.
to process a card.
Not all the time. All depends on how big of a gap it is.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, there are times when like people have balances like $3. Can I pay for it? No, not now. I said wait till you get something on there. I said, I'm not going to run a credit card for $3. No, by the time the credit card company takes, there's a flat rate per transaction, and then a percentage of that transaction that they take, and running a card for $3 isn't worth it. So I don't generally do that.
I met Roscoe like on the end of his first week or the end of his second week selling tools, and I jumped on the truck and I'm talking with him, and he was a little wet behind the ears because I remember asking him, "All right, so what's your cash price?" And he's like, "No, I can take cards too." He's like, so he doesn't have to. I was like, "All right, man." I thought that was pretty funny.
That's good.
I love meeting new tool guys. Of course, we all talk among ourselves, like customers and tool guys. We all talk about each other. We all know what's going on.
Yeah.
And to hear other people talk about a new tool guy, or when I make it a point, if I see another tool guy, I want to meet him.
I see another truck, I'll stop and jump right on it.
All the time. Yep.
All the time.
Yep. There's one story I've been hearing about this girl who's operating a Mack truck for a guy who owns their route. So she services a couple of shops that I service, and man, the stories I hear about her. Oh man, she's so gorgeous. Oh, you got to check her out. Oh, she always bends over, and I'm like, come on, really? She's doing this? I'm like, does she know anything about tools? I'm like, no, but I don't care. I'm gonna get on the truck anyway. I'm like, wow, okay. And so I bought this from the Mac chick. Right? Like, I've got to meet this chick, right? So one day she pulls into a shop I was at, right? She jumped on my truck and she introduced herself. Very bubbly, happy, young, pretty girl. Knows nothing about the business. Knows nothing about what she's carrying. She even told me, she says, when I started, I don't even know what a wrench was, but now I do. That level of knowledge. So basically, she drives up. She says, "Here's what I got. Tell me if there's something they want." That kind of thing. And invariably, somebody like that, I think, is gonna. She's very nice, very personable, and she's not too hard on the eyes. But that only goes so far. If you need answers, if you have questions, if you need somebody who's going to take the service after the sale seriously, who's going to know how to properly service you if you've got an issue or something like that. And as a result, I think that her business is waning a little bit. Brian asked what I buy from her. I get all right. So I get on her truck. It was my last stop of the day, right? So I got on her truck and we chatted she got on my truck. She invited me on her truck. We jump on, we're chatting. I leave. The next week, I go back to the shop. I said, "Oh, I met the Mac girl." And there's 5 or 6 guys on the truck. They're like, "Yeah, what'd you think?" I said, "Yeah, she's pretty cute." They're like, "Yeah, I know, right?" I said, "I can't believe how quickly she took her clothes off." The looks on their faces, like every one of them looked like. Right, and I thought someone know that this was a joke, right? They all thought I was serious. Like, oh man, you guys, no. I said, "Clothes are on," like, oh, okay, like. But it was I know she's very nice, but at some point you got to conduct business, and when the novelty of someone's personality and looks wears off, and what you're left with is, I need to do business with you, and if it's difficult, or you don't have the right judgment to help me out with something, you're going to wind up losing some business. I think she's at that point right now.
See, Lindsay, there's a layman's term for this, or a layman's saying for this. No matter how hot they are, somebody's tired of fucking them.
Yeah, that's true.
We had in 2007 or 8, I had a Mac dealer, and she used to do like the pinup calendars. You know, she was very, very attractive. She would walk in the tightest jeans and like tops showing her midriff. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
but like she did not know very much about tools at all. But what worked for her was her and someone else. It wasn't her boyfriend or husband, but they actually had 2 routes, and they alternated routes. So one week he'd come to our shop, the next week she would come to our shop. So that way, if we ever needed any questions or anything fixed, we just wait till he
And she would drop it off the following week, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah,
When I wear the half top, nothing happens. I don't sell anymore. Nothing like.
Go figure.
Yeah.
How tight are your
Nothing
jeans?
changes.
I'm gonna
And when
see
it
if-
does change, I usually run.
I mean, I don't want to brag, but when I wear heels, my ass looks pretty good.
Well, you know, you got that going for you.
I'll do what I got to do.
Ooh, cinnamon licorice. That sounds good.
Yeah, well, Miss Carol, yeah. So you can still, you know, it's funny how this business goes. It's a male dominated business, both in the shop and for tool trucks, and I can't think of a good reason why that is, because I am absolutely convinced that that any woman could do a very good job as a technician and or as a tool salesperson, because there's nothing inherent in physical capabilities or anything. Anyone can do the job as long as you've got the right mindset and you understand how to do business, and you learn the details, because it's a detail oriented business when you sell tools. Then you can do very well for yourself. And I really think that there's actually an advantage for a knowledgeable, skilled woman to come into this business and start selling tools. But it doesn't seem like it's very attractive to them for some reason. I only know in the last 7 years I've been doing this, I only know, I think, two ladies who have sold tools, and one of them didn't last very long. For some reason, she had other things that was interesting her. I don't think she felt
I got a
uncomfortable,
Cornwell.
was pushed out. I just think that, you know, there was other things she had going on, and I don't know. You know, this girl I was just talking about, I don't know how long she would be in the business for. So, no, we'll see. But I think it's surprising that you don't see more women, because it will work to your advantage. For that reason alone, because you're a girl, people are going to want to get on your truck and talk to you. That's it. Because we don't see women at all during the course of our work weeks. None of us do. So it'd be nice just to get on there and chat to a lady. And I think that's something that can work really well for you if you're the type of person who really wants to dig into the business and learn it really well, and get knowledgeable and learn all the ins and outs. And Brian says, a Maco lady texted me, top 5 in the company in her second or third year. That doesn't surprise me. It really doesn't.
Did she also sell the most toolboxes or a lot of toolboxes?
That's a good question. Do you know that, Brian?
Because that would have came up too, where she ranked with toolboxes.
What's up, Articulated Motorsports?
Hey, Articulated Motorsports, thanks for jumping on. Yeah, I bet that's right. I think that women have an inherent advantage in any sales industry, because of that. So, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Too socially awkward to sell tools. Yeah. The funny thing that I noticed about this business is, you need that. You do need strong social interaction. I'm the kind of person who likes people anyway, so it works out well for me. But for people who are awkward in social situations, or there are some people who just don't like people, and they just get frustrated easily and they get angry easily, and that's probably not the best match for folks like that. And Quick Wrench says one of the most skilled techs I work with is a 26-year-old female. She learns fast, very good, never asks me the same thing twice. She's awesome. Where can we get more people like that? Male or female? I mean, that's just all in all, this really good traits to have.
Cass and I are in a group called Tech Stocking Shop, and there's a female tech in our group. Her name is Brooke, and she works for a Ford dealership in Maine, I believe. And just from her content, she seems to be pretty sharp and know what she's doing as well.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter, man, woman.
Yeah.
If you could show up to work and do your job, it doesn't matter.
No, and I think that's absolutely right. I don't. There might be. I don't know. Maybe some of the. I don't know. I'm sure there's always chauvinists in this world who are not going to take kindly in a shop, but I think that as long as you're able to learn and you're able to show improvement, it's kind of hard to doubt you for very long. And I think the results will speak for themselves.
Well, I mean, most of the time, people that are like that, they don't like people with different ideas in the shop, anyways. Whether it be a female or another male. Yeah. I mean, like somebody that's got a big ass ego, they're going to struggle with anybody in the shop. Because the second that they think that somebody knows more than them, they're going to try to find a way to break them down because they can't handle being number two in their mind. I've seen it happen. I worked with somebody like that before.
All right. Well, I'm going to run. My battery's about to die.
Well, great to see you, Mark. I'm glad you're up and at it and coming through the knee thing okay. And
yeah. I'll have to make a video sooner or later.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, man.
All right, guys. Have a good night. Have a good week.
Thanks, Mark. You too.
All right. Take care, Mark.
Take care.
I'll tell you later.
Well, Christian's in the chat.
Oh, hey, Christian.
Hey, Christian. How are you?
Well, I texted Jude this earlier. He made the suggestion back to me. So, Thursday's round one of the NFL draft. Would y'all be interested in doing a wide right CFB stream on Thursday night?
Yeah, I think I did it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know Christian. Well, Christian, you're part of this too, so you got to chime in here. We aren't going to recognize Christian either. He looks completely different.
Really? What did he do?
He grew.
How much?
A lot.
I'm trying to think the last time I saw him in person.
It was probably last year when we did the.
Probably, yeah. When we did the evaporative cooler.
Yeah. Hey, Christian, you're off school on Friday, right? I think he is.
Yeah, you said, yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
Because this weekend in Dripping Springs, this is still called Founders Day.
Yeah,
it's like a big party, and so they take off school on Friday because it's a clusterfuck to get it around town. So
no, you don't want to get around town then.
Well, Lindsay knows how bad town is. I mean, like Lindsay knows what I'm talking about. But I mean, traffic on a normal day it sucks. And then you add 30,000 extra people. It's a real disaster.
And they're all just, and then once they get all the cars there, they're just walking
Oh yeah, they're parked down the highway.
Oh yeah,
down the
everywhere.
county. I mean, everywhere. So, yeah, because on Friday I think I'm gonna go out, kind of by where Robert lives when I go home. No,
Oh, okay.
I can avoid Dripping Springs altogether.
Good. What day is that?
Friday.
Oh, okay. I mean, Andrew Leeds said, back to our previous conversation about working in a shop, if you can show up every day on time and sober, you're 90% there. There is no doubt about that. And yet it always seems to be the part that has shop owners and managers on edge. Are my guys going to show up today? Am I going to have a chronic absentee guy? And, finding people that are going to show up.
We got one.
Sorry about my dog, guys. Hang on a second.
Yes.
Let me talk among yourselves. Let me take care of her.
We've got one guy that's got horrible attendance. If that's what you call it, he shows up. Oh man, he's only been there. I think he started in late November or mid-December, somewhere around there. And I don't. If he has, it's been 1, maybe 2 weeks that he's worked 40 hours.
Yeah, that guy just who gets to make the call on this? Somebody stays or goes. At your shop, Jude.
It'd be my boss.
I
mean,
does he take any of your input?
If I was very adamant and said, dude, he's got to go, I think he'd probably take my input, but ultimately it's him that makes that decision.
Yeah, because I've worked with guys like that before where, like their drug problem got in the way of them showing up to work. And then, the guy I used to work for, he was always like, hey, like he would go, what's your opinion of this guy? What do you think? What do you want to do? Let's fire him. Like, what is this? Like, lets us do it. This is a you deal. You're not paying me to fire people. So then I fired him. But I think in all the years, I've only fired one person. And that was for not showing up. That's when I was shop manager, but it was fun.
I let an apprentice go.
They missed 3 days in a row, no call, no show. And this is kind of the days before cell phones. And so they came into work and I go, hey, come talk to me real quick. So as soon as they walked in the office, I fucking canned them right there. They're like, but why? I'm like, because you didn't show up, you didn't call, nothing for 3 days. You weren't in the hospital, nothing. You just didn't show up. So that means you don't want to work or you don't want to work.
Well, it's true. Trying to find someone who's motivated to work is increasingly difficult, and I don't know. I think the rules of life are different than I thought they were. I thought you had to go to work, earn a living, pay your bills, but apparently that's not the case. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, so I have a friend. He owns a fast food restaurant, and so the people that work for him, a lot of them are really good people. And then, but then you have the people, they work a minimum wage job for a reason because their personal life dominates their life. They put that oh, my friend did this, or my friend's got this going on. I got to go take care of them instead of making work their most important deal. The way he said it made a lot more sense. I've tried to paraphrase this and it sounded like shit, but
Brian, I'm with you. I mean, yeah, the thing about this business is because we go to our customers as tool guys, we go to you, and if it's not working out, we'll go to somebody else. It's not like we have a storefront where you walk in. And yeah, sometimes you got to choose who you're doing business with, and you got to let some really bad customers go sometimes. And it feels really good, as Pat Paulson said one time, he goes, it feels really good to be flipping off of customers you're driving away for the last time in a cloud of dust. I mean, sometimes the nightmares just got to end, and you're tired of losing money, and you're tired of not being able to collect your money, and you can't do a repo because they got rid of the tools or whatever. It's just make it go
Sergio,
away.
what I mean by work shouldn't, you're right, work shouldn't be your life, but whenever, like you have bills to pay, you do need to show your ass up to work and make sure you can provide for yourself and not have somebody else take care of you. So when those people let their personal lives interfere into work lives, and it affects people that run businesses. So
Yeah, and I agree, and Sergio, it's a good point. It is a means to an end, but in order for it to be that means to an end, you got to show up. I think that you're right, Brian. Too. YouTube has had a strange influence on people who think that they can make money doing it, but to make a living at it, it's not easy. And I think the idea is very attractive, an idea. Excuse me. But when you look at, and I looked at statistics once about out of how many YouTube accounts there are, how many are actually earning any money at all is an incredibly small percentage. Out of those that are earning any money, by any money, they mean like $50 a month or more. How out of those people, how many are earning enough to live on? It's such a tiny percentage that to think that you're going to be able to do that, you might be able to, and people do, but it takes a lot of work. You got to go a long way to do that. And I think, if people think that right off the bat, that YouTube's their golden ticket, they got another thing coming. Hey, and Tarek's here. Hey, Tarek. Thank you for joining.
Tarek?
come on,
How you
Kurt.
doing, man?
Hey, Talking Tools. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Yes, you're correct about Texas for Dripping Springs. Are you still in New York, or did you move somewhere
Are the
else?
people that you know from New York? Because I know some New Yorkers that live
Oh.
in Dripping Springs.
This could be interesting.
Hey, Talking Tools. Not 100% sure, but from your avatar, I came across your channel recently. Is that your box that you just upgraded to a new box with? I mean, you think the last video I saw, I think you were transferring tools from that one to the bigger one. If you're the same channel, the setup looks like the one I saw. If it is, you both box. I like that one and the new box. They're both cool.
Is River City Off Road? Is that place we were talking about the other day, Lindsay?
Are they still there?
Oh,
Somebody told me they closed shop. That doesn't surprise me. I don't think they were doing much business there.
all right. Yeah, because I was about to say, if you know one that likes baseball a lot or has something to do with baseball, then we probably know the same guy. I don't want to drop names on the YouTubes, but that would be a dead giveaway.
Mark is at River City Off Road. I don't know, Marcus. So I used to service River City Off Road occasionally when they'd ask me to come by, but I had heard a rumor that they closed shop. I don't know if that's true. I haven't been there in a while.
You know, Dripping Springs made it into a Family Guy episode one time.
Really?
Yeah, they had the Yeti coolers one.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. But so when Quagmire is giving like the little statement about it, he's like, yeah, if you walk out, you know, the Yeti headquarters in Dripping Springs and look at the ocean, which we don't know, it's not true, but we're a few minutes away from the ocean.
What's up,
Yeah,
Pat? How are you?
Brian had his first real repossession. What was it? How'd it go? The repossessions can be funny. They can be ugly, or sometimes they go real smooth. And if everything falls the right way, you can still remain kind of friendly with the guy, and he'll actually thank you for it because it relieves him of his burden. Yeah, you're right, articulated. If people can't show up to work, they definitely won't be able to build a YouTube channel. I mean, it takes work. It takes time. It takes dedication. You know, from my perspective, I try to do, you know, a video a week, and just getting stuff. Sorry about the dog, guys. Hang on, let me take care of the dog again.
Yeah, Quick Wrench. Yeah, we're really busy right now. We really need to probably hire another person. We have the shop size with the volume.
How many
The
people you
customer
guys are
base.
working right now?
Robert and I are in the shop, and then we have a porter, and then Travis is in the office. You know, Travis isn't going to run out there. He can check some stuff out and help us out, but he's pretty busy just, you know, estimates, being on the phone, kind of scheduling everything. So it works out. But I'd really like to get like somebody kind of like, I don't know if I want like a A-level guy. Not to say not an A-level. It's hard to explain. I want like a younger guy where I can kind of make sure he didn't have any bad habits.
You can mold them.
Yeah, they kind of get them and bring them up instead of somebody that's, you know, really good, but they have some shit rotten awful habits that you have to deal with. So
Do you guys have are you guys by appointment only, or do you guys take drive up walk-ins?
no, if you want to drop it off, you're on a 1 to 6 day wait before we look at it. Just depends on when we can squeeze it in, what it is.
To even look at it?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then if you want to make an appointment, you have to go on a waiting list, and then we call you whenever we have availability. So, and then for like classic cars, we're about 6 to 8 months out right now. So I just talked to a guy.
Hell yeah, you guys need someone, man.
Yeah. Well, here's kind of how it works. So the classic stuff, I only have one like basically lift I can do it on, but you know how classic work works, right? I mean, it's not like something that gets done right away. It's something that, you know, if I get to order parts, you got to find something. If it's a hot rod or something like that, you got to order parts, you got to find something. It takes time to do it. So you're looking at an extended period of time that you're going to have this car in the shop. So when I say 6 to 8 months, that's like 5 or 6 cars in a line. You know, like I have them lined up. Like I'm about to deliver on the Jeep, and then after that I got I've got a F-100 coming in. Then after that I got a Thunderbird coming in, and then after that I've got some old Dodge truck. But I'm taking the months of July and August off because I don't want to. It gets too hot, and like everybody says, like, oh, it gets hot like that here, but you get heat like that for a couple hours out of the day. It's not 100 when you go to bed at night. Like it's hot as shit here. Like it stays hot. So when you're working at 12 to 14 hours of the day, it just wears you out quick, especially on the weekends. So I really can't do a lot of weekend work because I like to do all the hot rod stuff when the shop is closed, or the old stuff when the shop is closed, because I can stay busy and I don't have to like go and talk to customers or answer the phone or, go look at something. I can just stay on task and it'll go a lot faster. But if I had to do it during the workday, and I'm like, checking out regular appointment cars, and then I got to go hop on this thing, we got to go figure out parts situation. It's always best just to, like I said, do one at a time. That's how it works out. But like as far as customer work goes, if you want to drop it off, 1 to 6 days before it gets looked at, and then appointments, basically go on a waiting list. Lindsay knows about the waiting list. He was on it for a while.
For which one? For who?
For the shop.
Oh yeah.
So
I think all the shops that are worth their salt all have a waiting list right now. And if they don't, you probably don't want to bring your car to them, because the good guys are in demand.
I mean,
right now.
you can make appointments, but the problem with appointments, like that's like how the waiting list works out, is then you get scheduled appointment. But if you go and you build a schedule out like 4 months, like some people are going to wait 4 months to get their car fixed. They're going to take it somewhere else. So then you just have open days. Like I was doing appointments for a while, and then I had the same guy stiff me like 3 appointments in a row, and then he called me back the fourth time. I'm like, man, this is the day I'm going to give you. If you don't show up, then don't bring it here.
Yeah.
And he was like, all right. He never showed up. And then he tried to bring it in another time. I told Travis, I'm like, don't take any more, work from that guy, because he's just he's never going to show up. And you're going to schedule time, and then we're going to have either a hole or but at least we have enough work to fill that hole. But I'm not going to go schedule appointments. And then the only other thing that kind of pisses me off is whenever you have somebody scheduled in, like when the shop opens is when the car should be there, or the night before. A lot of people are really good about doing that, right? Like dropping it off the night before, bringing it in like right when the shop opens. But if you have an appointment for 8 a.m. and you show up at 10 a.m., you might as well have missed the appointment, because I've moved on. I'm not going to wait 3 hours for you to show up. If you scheduled in, you show up late, as far as I'm concerned, you just get thrown back into that 1 to 6 day waiting period. But it just depends on what it is. So it just irritates me whenever that happens. I don't know. What about you, Jude? Does that piss you off as well?
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's a waste of time.
Oh yeah, oil changes. Like if you have like, so when we do oil changes, we don't really do oil changes like 2 days a week, like where we take appointments in, because you never want to do them on Mondays, because Monday's always your worst day. You always want to try to schedule them for another day. But and we only do them in the mornings, like if we're gonna do them, and then usually somebody's doing them, one or the other. It's not like both of us are doing them. And not to sound, this sounds really kind of like strange. We don't take like walk up work. It is what it is. We're just too busy. There's not enough of us. But
You guys do a lot of upselling from lube work.
yeah, I mean, yes and no. I mean, the problem is they bring it in for an oil change, and you go and you knock down like 15 things, and then all of a sudden you're, now I got to get them scheduled in. So
That's exactly.
But like I do the normal checkout. Like whenever you do oil change, you underneath the car, you look, check all the fluids. You'll lube the front end if it's able. If not, you don't. You peek at the brakes because you're looking at the brake fluid. You might as well look there, and then you kind of look and see if you see anything. Like, oh, you got broken bolts on the manifold. You got manifold leaking. You got coolant leak from the radiator. You got pinion seal leaking. The brakes are low. The shock is leaking. Just give it a quick once over. You see the belt's got cracks in it. Just without just like tearing into it very deep. And you're like, hey, you want to come bring this thing in and get it checked out the rest of the way. Then we call you and let you know. It's like I was doing a water pump on a Duramax yesterday, and I lifted the truck up, and I was standing there because I only lifted the front up. I didn't lift the whole thing up. And when I lifted the truck up, the tire kind of like wobbled funny. And so I'm like, is that hub completely worn out? And I walked over there to check the hub, and it wasn't the hub, it was the idler arm bracket. So I was like, holy shit. But I mean, this is how it works out sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, you just inadvertently see things, but
Good night, Jamie.
Night, Jamie. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Oh, and to answer your question, no, I don't get down to Exodus 4x4. They're in New Braunfels, and that's quite a distance south of where I am. If I ever start a second route again, I would absolutely start covering that area because there's a lot of great shops down there.
Do you still have the other 2 trucks?
Yeah, I still got the trucks, but they're just sitting. It's like we were talking about before, finding somebody, not just who shows up, but someone's going to stick around. I mean, one of the problems in this business, if you want to hire somebody to operate a tool truck, there's great danger in them coming on board and doing very well and building up a good business and then leaving. Because then they've just more than doubled my work because I'm going to have to cover both routes. And then it gets even more dangerous if you decide to hire 3 people, put 3 trucks on the road. Because now what happens if 2 people decide to leave at the same time or I have to fire them or whatever, I can't operate 3 routes. So the potential negative impact to business is so great that it's a very difficult proposition to bring someone on board. Structuring it the way I've structured it. Like I know people who have done it and they sort of set up their own franchise model where they've got people who operate their trucks and all, but they pay them to operate the truck. Okay. And I guess that could work out all right. But I don't know how attractive that model really is to anybody. I would set it up to where someone's a W-2 employee and then they operate a route and we pay them a salary plus a commission. But the 3 people we've hired never worked out. The first guy was here for 3 months. The second guy was for 6 months. And the last guy was for 1 month. The last guy didn't even get on the road. I couldn't even get him out of training. And it was, it was really difficult to try to find that person or people. So meantime, I have trucks just sitting, waiting someday for somebody who wants to get on them and make it work. Yeah, Bocce, if you're talking about like upfitted trucks and SUVs, I am blown away by how big that business is. There's a shop in Dripping Springs called Thor Off-Road, and all they do is custom upfitting and accessorizing, and they are blowing doors on how much business they're doing. I'm shocked. They'll have $30,000 weeks. It just blows me away that people will put the kind of money that they'll put into a truck or a Jeep or whatever it is, and then drive it right to them after dropping $80,000 to $100,000 on a truck and then having them do another $30,000 worth of work.
She's talking tool trucks.
Oh, really? Oh, well, now I feel like an idiot. Speaking of tool trucks, I didn't know that there were going to be a lot down there. I thought that area was. I don't know. I guess I really don't know who's down there.
No, I mean the Braunfels is growing crazy too,
yeah.
Just like San Antonio is, just like San Marcos. So
Yep.
There's a
I'm
shop,
not surprised.
a motorsports shop by me, where all they do is like you were saying, lifts and accessories, and man, they're killing it over here too, Lindsay.
And Andrew, that's a good point. I mean, the Snap-on guys hire helpers, or they'll they'll buy additional routes. I know a Mac guy that's got a few trucks on the road, and yeah, they're cycling through people constantly. And how can you continue to perform consistent work and provide consistent service and earn consistent money if your help's walking away regularly?
I think the dog ate the camera.
That's going to be cool.
Sorry, guys, it's the prom kids across the street are leaving and they're making noise.
You should have set the log. That you should let the dog go outside.
I did that. It
No,
was bark
out of
all the time.
No, out of the front.
No, I don't want to do that.
Yeah. See, I think your deal is whenever you hired somebody, you should have hired two somebodies, and then you don't run the route all the time. You're like the backup guy. You know what I mean? We talked about this one before.
Yeah.
But the guys that you're hiring, they're kind of, I don't know. I don't want to say anything bad because I know one of them pretty well.
Believe me, that was an experience.
How far is Dripping Springs from Austin?
That's right next to it.
Yeah.
It's like a suburb. Well, I mean, it's from like downtown Austin. It's probably, well, with traffic, it's like Los Angeles. It may be 5 miles away, but it's 2 hours in traffic. Dripping Springs is like 15, 20 miles, something like that from Austin. But it's like right there.
It's 23 miles downtown to downtown.
There you go.
So it'll take you about a half hour on a good day with no traffic.
But from downtown to downtown, not a chance.
With no traffic?
When you'd have to do that at like 2:00 in the morning, and still, I don't think it'd take you a half hour. I think it'd take you longer. With all the stoplights, it takes me 40 minutes at 8:00 at night to drive from the shop to my house. Now it's a little bit longer than 23 miles, but that's no traffic. In the mornings, we're talking an hour and 15 minutes at least. So,
Yeah.
And Articulated says, I think people expect higher paying jobs. I think you're right. I had a few conversations about this with people, and when they asked what it would pay to operate a tool truck for me, I said, well, I pay a $600 per week base salary, and then you'll earn 10% commission of the money that you collect, not on your sales, right? Because that's going to ensure that people are staying with their customers and managing their relationships properly. And I said, you build that up and you'll be doing, you'll easily, be getting $1,200 a week in a paycheck. And the number of people that, that's not enough. I go, okay, I don't know what you're used to earning, but certainly if you walk away from a career that you're well established in to start a different career, you're going to take a hit in your pay. No one ever changed careers and made more money. I don't think. I mean, with a few exceptions, it's just not something that generally happens. If you've been working in the thing for some time and you've worked your way up and you've been increasing your pay, you're starting at the ground floor of something else. So you're going to start at ground floor pay. That's just the way it is. But I structure it so that as you work, in 6 months you'll be due for a raise, in another year you'll be due for a raise. So you're going to be earning at the end of the first year like an additional 12% from when you started. And in 1 year, a 12% raise is pretty hefty. But people they don't seem interested in going through that. And that bothers me when I know that that's what we're up against, because I can't convince somebody of that. I can't sell that idea. Somebody either has to want to do it or they don't. And from what I found, most people don't want to do it.
It's no different than working on a commission in a shop.
Yeah.
No, my guarantee back in the day wasn't $600. I mean, I would have killed for a $600 guarantee. That would have been great.
Oh, sure.
But I was making more than 10% commission, but it wasn't, I wasn't making 50% when I was on commission. I was only making probably 38%. I think is what it totaled out to be. So, which is,
Yep.
it was okay, but it wasn't, we're not talking like, we're not talking super duper great. And then I've been on the hybrid system before, and that was cool until it wasn't, until the guy I was working for got funny with the numbers one time. And then I was hourly, and they gave me, I told them, this is the greatest story. I've told Lindsay this, but off camera. So I was working, so he moved us all to hourly. And so I need to make more money. And he goes, well, then work more. And I'm like, are you going to pay overtime? He goes, yeah. Man, I was working like the 64 to 72 hour weeks. He didn't have a problem with it as long as I stayed close to hour for hour. He was like, well, it works for me. I'm like, sweet. And so I started hitting overtime like Wednesday afternoon. And then Thursdays and Fridays were just straight overtime days. It was great. I loved it. I was like, thanks for the raise, sucker. And see, Lindsay knows who the guy is, so he can see why I had to do what I did. So he's like, work more. I go, you're gonna pay overtime? Because his whole deal was, I don't pay overtime. You want to work more? You just keep making the same money. And you're like, oh, great. So you normally work 50-hour weeks. Then he found out he had to pay overtime, and so he was pissed off, and he would like try to send you home early on some days. And I'm like, this ain't working, man. You gotta like.
Why did he not want to pay a flat rate or
because he wasn't smart enough to control it. And then so we did a hybrid system one time, and I had the numbers, and he's like, oh, I don't think those are right. And then because what he would do is he would go, and if it was a cash job, he'd go and delete the ticket, and then he'd hide the ticket in a revision. And so he was pocketing the cash, so then it didn't show up in your hours because it never got billed. So you know how it works in a shop where you go and you write down your hours, and then the shop needs to go back and look through and just match up the invoice to make sure everybody's right. Sometimes the tech will short himself because he's not paying attention or something happens. And so the shop will go look at their hours they have versus his hours, and that way if there's any discrepancies, they go back look at it. Well, if you're going and putting cash in your pocket, and you're not, you don't have the ticket available, then the tech's the one that gets screwed. And so we had this guy building transmissions for us. And so I did a lot of the transmission R&Rs. And this actually leads to another story where I got like this. We had like this. He had formulated this, this is what you make an hour, and this is what you're earning the shop an hour. And you're behind. And I go, okay, well, how is that possible if you're going to taking cash off of these jobs and not, putting into the business? He's like, well, I calculated it. And I go, where's that number at? He's like, well, it's not here, but I know what it is. And I'm like, see, this is bullshit. And I go, the next time you come up to me with this bullshit deal and you say you're going to take money from me, I'm going to leave. And he's like, oh, and but I was pretty pissed off about that. I go, you can't go and talk numbers if you don't know what the numbers are. And I eventually left because I just got tired of the bullshit. So
Everyone's got a limit.
yeah.
Brian says you need people you can trust, and trust them not doing cash sales on the side. I know and finding out who's doing that. That takes, you got to really be able to do a deep dive in your inventory and make sure that all your transactions are accountable. And it takes a lot of work just to oversee that.
I mean, like the easiest thing they can do is they take something in on trade.
Yeah.
And then they use the trade value. They just fudge the trade value numbers, or, a discount. They're allowed to give a discount. They can go and just, make an area where they could siphon money off, because he could go and turn around and sell, like say he was taking a roll cart and he brought it in for as a trade, or he brought it in and sold it under consignment, but he sold it for a certain price. And then he's like, if it's all cash, and he goes, oh, it's you know, it's 1,800, but you know, it's this cash, but you know, really all you know about is 1,200 of it. Then it's a, you know, it's a real easy way to hide stuff.
It is. It is. That's why trustworthiness is so important. Yeah, and you never really know.
Yeah, I don't, you know, I don't roll like that. If somebody gives me like a tip, I always take it and just put it in the office, and I just throw it in the cash drawer, and then, you know, it is what it is. I don't pocket the stuff. So, but if I was working for my old boss, I probably would have.
No.
Ian's right. He's laughing because you guys are talking about traffic.
Well, I had a good point about that. So, Ian, here's the deal. When you go from not having to worry about traffic to then you're stuck in an hour and 15-minute traffic, it's a big change, right? But if you've been in it all your life, then you're used to it, right? We go from not ever having traffic. You used to be able to get across Austin in 15 minutes. Now it takes an unknown amount of time to get across. So it's a big adjustment, and it's not something that happened over time. It's happened like overnight, basically. So, you know, we can thank California for that.
You're welcome. It didn't alleviate our traffic though.
No, I wish I could send them back.
Yes, Ian, that'd be awesome. You got to get down there. That'll be fun.
Ian is 25 minutes from me, man. I've got to hook up with him sometime.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to do that first. You can be like our canary, because that way, if he turns into be like a serial killer, and
It's the risk you take.
Yeah. Be like, hey,
You
I'm
know?
gonna go meet Ian this weekend, guys, and you guys never hear from me again. You guys probably don't want to meet up with him, right?
yeah, yeah.
If we have to tell the cops, like, I only know him by his screen name. I don't know.
Yeah, if Jude never shows back up again, I'm not gonna take that visit from Ian.
Justin Dow told me that the first time that I met him, we talked a little bit, you know, like commenting on videos or whatever. And I was driving a nephew up to drop him off at a Marine base not far from his house. We were going right by his house. So I just it was funny because my son at the time was probably 9 or so, 8 or 9, and he used to watch these YouTube videos, or at least see me watching them. So when he kind of overheard me saying something about Justin Dow, and he was just like, "You know him?" And I'm like, "Yeah." So we're driving, and I make a phone call while we're driving, and when he answered the phone and Matthew recognized his voice, oh my, like, whoa! I may as well have been talking to Tom Cruise, dude. It was pretty funny, but he's like, "Yeah, dude, I didn't know who you were, man." He's I was ready just in case. He's I had something in my pocket. I'm like, "Yeah, I'm not a psycho, dude."
It's kind of cool when people know you over YouTube. I would watching the guy's channel. He's in the UK, and he does food eating challenges. I don't know why I've been watching him so much, but almost every time he goes into a restaurant to do a challenge, people are like, "Oh man, I know you. I watch your channel all the time." And the guy, he's got like 2.6 million subscribers, but people know this guy, and he's like a local celebrity. It's just kind of cool when people finally get a chance to meet people they've been watching and talking to. And you know, it was really cool to meet Bocce that time. You know, when she came out to say hi to me and Cass, and it's just cool to meet people in person that you've only ever seen or even just read, you know, in the side chat that you don't even see in real life.
Articulated Motorsports is really close to me as well. In fact, I think he's met up with Justin Dow as well.
Oh, okay.
And, he invited me to if you guys anybody's watched this channel, he had a really cool build that he did, and the first time he was going to run it out in the desert, he asked me if I wanted to go, but I could not make it that way. That I think it was a Sunday. I was so bummed out, man. It would have been so cool. Well, we're gonna hook up, but we'll do something.
Yeah, they're not known for the greatest cuisine, are they?
Well, hold on a second. That's not exactly true. I mean, the French basically invented fine dining, so
The French did, but there was a big disconnect between France and Great Britain. They have good fish and chips. That's the only real cuisine they're known for.
At the University of Kentucky? No, I'm just kidding.
I don't know that I've ever. I mean, other than I know Lindsay, I've met Lindsay and I've met Bocce, but I don't know that I know anybody else from YouTube. I don't think I've ever met anybody else from YouTube. I gotta think about this for a second. I might be missing somebody huge.
Bocce.
Those were not the words we used to describe what we thought of you after you left.
They actually told me Lindsay actually told me that you were a wicked psycho.
I did. I said wicked psycho. But man, she knows how to crochet. We got a lot of mileage out of your very nice gift to us. So thank you again for that. That's
Yeah, I didn't freeze to death because I had it. So I can promise you I used it a lot. I don't know. I've probably met somebody. I've met some famous people before. And they probably have sizable YouTube channels or social media page. I'll go with that. I'll say social media. I do know a couple.
Yeah, I met Joey Preciado too.
Have you talked to him lately?
Yeah, I've just this week I talked to him and he got somewhat active in a chat that he's in with Miguel and I. I mean,
so when's he moving to Texas? You know, every time I talk to him, he's always moving to Texas. But he wants to move to Fort Worth.
Dallas,
Okay.
Fort Worth. Right, he's doing all right. Him and Miguel, I mean, for the first social media, I guess, group or friends that I made, and we just all clicked, and we've had a group text going for like 3 years now. Miguel's hilarious. He's funny. Did you guys see that get that Instagram message I sent you guys? I know Cass did. He replied. Did you get the one I sent Lindsay?
I haven't actually. Admittedly, I haven't been on Instagram in a while.
Oh,
I might have-
you'd
I
know
might
if you
have
got
admitted
it. It was. I think it was pretty darn hilarious. But Miguel was the one who shared that with me. He shared it. He sent it to us, and I sent it to everyone I knew.
I'll check it out for sure.
There we go. I got a good one. We'll see. Who's the most famous person you've ever met? We'll throw that out in the chat.
All right, yeah. Who is the most famous person you've ever met? And by meet, do you mean like, oh, I know that guy, or actually have a conversation with kind of meet?
Like you went up and introduced yourself, or you like shook their hands, took a selfie, something. You know,
Who's more popular? It's probably going to be MC Hammer, but MC Hammer or Sugar Shane Mosley?
all right. Well, you gotta really know sports to know Shane Mosley.
Yeah, everybody
But-
kind of knows Hammer, huh?
Yeah,
Hammer-
everybody knows him.
I walked up to him in a mall in Arizona, and I'm like,
Was he
"Hammer,
working
what's up?"
there?
No, he had like a shoe. He was at a shoe store. And he had an entourage and like some bodyguards and stuff. And I walked up to him and I'm like, Hammer, what's up, man? Let me get an autograph. And he turned and looked at me, but one of his handlers or whatever said, "Hey, man, so this is like his personal time." I said, "Nah, dude, I understand that. I'm appreciate it. I love you, Hammer." And I walked out. Mosley took a selfie with me, and I have that picture like on Facebook somewhere.
That's still pretty cool. I'll wait. I'll tell mine in a little bit. Maybe I'll tell it off air.
I mean, I met when I first moved to Texas. I was still in my IT career, and took the first job I could get just to start earning some money as an analyst at Four Seasons Hotel, and they had me split my duties between that and some other guest facing stuff. So the Four Seasons is a celebrity hotel, so I met a lot of celebrities.
Oh, that's
So,
cool.
it depends on which ones. Some are cooler than others.
I met a few athletes too. I think mostly was probably the most popular, most famous.
Yeah, well, the thing with working at the Four Seasons is they have account managers that all handle different industries. So they have one account manager that handles actors, they have another account manager that handles musicians, and another one that handles athletes. So between those three account managers, they've got all these folks coming in, and it's just there's usually more fuss than it's worth. So many prima donnas, because you actually have to spend some time with them if you got to help them with something or help them out with something, whatever it is. So you're actually spending a little bit of time, and most of them just have, I don't know, most of them are just insufferable, to be honest with you.
So, as far as actors go, I've had pretty good luck. I mean, the ones I've met have all been pretty nice. The only one I've had like a lengthy conversation with was Chris Klein, and I probably talked to him for 30 minutes or so. And because I ran a youth football league, and one of the kids I coached, his parents were friends with him, and so he came in for the weekend, and so he came up and I was running the scoreboard for the game, and he came up and went and hung out in the press box with me while I was running the scoreboard for the game. And he was talking. He was really excited. It was pretty neat. So, but he would be probably the one I had the longest conversation with, unless I think of somebody else.
The guy I knew
Late.
best, celebrity-wise, I don't know if you could call him a celebrity because he do on-camera work, but he's mostly a director and a writer. It's Frank Miller. So if anyone knows anything about the comic world, he was it.
Yes,
And,
he's here. He just showed up. Ed Diotech is a huge comic guy. What's up, Ed?
Oh, there he is. Ed, good to see you. So if you know Frank Miller, you know his work if you know comics. And he was a very engaging guy. He I think he took a liking to me for some reason. So whenever he's in the hotel, which is rather frequent because a lot of Hollywood is doing more work in Austin because they had a pretty big production company there. He'd always kind of seek me out, and we'd have long conversations about stuff. And very interesting guy, very nice guy too. But other than that, I think maybe the nicest, kindest celebrity I think I met was oh gosh, I can't remember her name now. Diana Ross and Keanu Reeves.
I've heard that about Keanu. He's really
He's very engaging. He was, and it wasn't me. I mean, I'd see how he interacted with other guests because he's distinctive looking. You would not know Diana Ross, for example, if you didn't know it was her, but you'll know Keanu Reeves. So people get starstruck when they see him and they walk up to him and Keanu Reeves, right? And he was very nice, very, very, very accommodating. Would talk to people, do autographs. Very nice guy. He's probably the nicest guy with his time, where he'd actually spend time talking to people, not just blow them off.
So I got a dumb story too, though. So anybody remember TNT Monster Vision back in the day?
No.
We used to on Saturday nights. They'd have this guy come on, and he'd host a show called TNT Monster Vision. His name was Joe Bob Briggs. And so my wife and I were out one night on 6th Street. We were walking down 6th Street, and he came out of a bar right in front of me. I'm like, holy shit, it's Joe Bob Briggs. I don't know if that's his real name. I don't think it is. But he was like, I didn't think I'd get noticed. I'm like, well, you're a lot taller than I thought. He's pretty tall. He was almost as tall as me. But it was fun.
It's kind of cool when to actually meet a celebrity and spend some time with them, to kind of give you an interesting perspective of, you know, what they're like as a person, and not just that image that you
I
see.
mean, like, if we gotta go like something cool that happened, so I went to a race at Texas Motor Speedway with Snap On, and we went and did like a photo shoot with Ryan Blaney down at the car pre-race.
Oh, very cool.
And we got to meet Ryan Blaney. It was, you know, like we got to ask him questions, and I asked him some like stupid question, like how does it feel to like drive better equipment than your father ever got to drive? You know, like is that a, you know, like, no, it's true because his dad never drove like good equipment in the Cup Series. He always drove like garbage. And you know, like, do you and your dad ever talk about the differences in the equipment y'all drove? And that was like probably the best question he'd been asked the whole time, because everybody's like, "Hey, how do you think you're gonna do today?" You know, like, come on. And so we went and did this photo shoot with the car down a pit road, and then afterwards, the guys from Penske were like, you know, like, "Hey, do we need to leave? We're not credentialed properly to be down a pit road pre-race." And they're like, "Dude, go get as many autographs as you can." So we're like wandering around getting autographs, you know, taking pictures, whatever. And the coolest one was we were walking back right before the national anthem played, and Rutledge Wood, he was like the pit road reporter, and you'd have to watch NASCAR to know who Rut is. And so he was walking, and so Tim, the guy that used to work for Lindsay, goes, "Hey, Rut, how about a picture?" And so Rut's working, he's on TV, you know, he's about to go pop on camera, and Rut goes, "I only got a minute, but I'll do it," you know. So he turns, and so it's my former Snap-on guy, it's Tim and me are all standing there with Rutledge Wood, and we're all giving like the thumbs up. My wife's taking the picture, and Rut goes, "Hey, nice beard," you know. And I was like, "Oh, that's pretty cool."
That is cool.
Yeah. So on Mike Shine's Facebook page, there's a picture of us with Rutledge Wood. So
That is, you brought up a good point too when you asked good questions of somebody, because these guys do millions of interviews.
yeah.
Any celebrity does, and they do enjoy when they get a question that's not the regular run-of-the-mill softball question, something that makes them think of an answer. And there's a YouTube channel I watched a couple episodes. This guy has this he invites these really big celebrities to come on, and he'll interview them while they're eating hot wings, and the wings get progressively hotter. So by the 10th one, I forget what it's called, but
hot ones.
Yeah, I think I've seen that.
I don't know how he gets the guys he gets, but he is a very good interviewer. He'll ask questions that get people to think, you know, and he'll ask things like what Cass was saying, you know. And one of the best things you can ask somebody is, you know, over the course of your career or whatever, you've seen a lot of changes. You know, talk to me about the differences now when you got in, the differences now from when you got in. That gives people something substantial to talk about. And it's not just, you know, "Hey, how do you think you're going to do today?" You know, and, "Hey, remember that time you made that movie? Wasn't it great?" You know, it's not that crap. And it gets people to think, and they like that stuff.
Yeah, I've met like a bunch of football players. Being a youth football coach, you go to like coaching camps, and you always meet like former football players. And I really don't like former NFL players, because they're having to, like, a lot of them are broke and they're having to go back out and earn again. And so they're like desperate. So if you're going to host a camp, they want to get paid, but they don't want to get paid, you know, like, you know, charity camp wage. They want to get paid like they're still a relevant athlete. And so, you know, like the numbers I've always gotten are just like ridiculous. And so a lot of times I don't ask, or I didn't ask, because it's going to be too expensive. You're not going to be able to afford it. And so I wouldn't ask. I would just ask like high school players to come work the camps, because that was the best way I could connect with the kids. Like, "Hey, this is the high school you're going to. These are the players that are currently playing there." And then those kids will come and do it basically for credit for, you know, like community service. And then, because, you know, getting a former pro. But I did get to meet this one guy, and he played football for the Buffalo Bills, and he was a pretty cool dude. His name is Eric Howard, and I asked him, I go, "What was it like?" My only question I asked him was, "What was it like playing in Veterans Stadium?" And he goes, "That place was the worst place on earth to play a football game at." He goes, "The locker room sucked." He goes, "The only good thing is they had a peephole to the cheerleaders' locker room." So, but he goes, the fans will throw batteries at him. And then the vet was a baseball stadium as well. And they'd have pieces of plywood with AstroTurf or stapled to them that were covering the bases, the dirt where the bases were on the stadium. And so the guys that hit that and blow their knees out. It was just like a rough play. He said it was like falling on hard concrete. Whenever you tackle people. So he was a cool dude, or he is a cool dude. I haven't talked to him in a couple of years, so and he's not like I don't have my phone or anything. We were at the same parts store at the same time. So
I shook hands with Kurt Hennig, Mr. Perfect.
well,
I don't know if that,
can't do that anymore.
yeah, I don't know if that counts though, because that was at like it's gotten way bigger now than it was back then. Now it's like a whole week's event, but it was the Saturday before WrestleMania. It was like on a campus at Cal State Fullerton. They had like a wrestlers and superstar softball game, and they had it was a celebrity and wrestler softball game, and you got 2 tickets, so you can get in 2 different lines and shake hands and get autographs of wrestlers, and I had to pick Mr. Perfect.
So Lindsay, can we go full booger eater mode here? Can I ask Jude a series of questions?
Full booger eater mode?
Yeah, Jude knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Colin Coward calls wrestling fans booger eaters.
Booger eaters.
Go ahead.
All right. So back in the day, they had this deal in wrestling. It's called kayfabe, right?
Right.
So, and kayfabe used to be like the golden rule in wrestling. You did not break kayfabe. But when we're talking about Kurt Hennig, whenever Kurt Hennig hit his finishing move, it's called the perfect plex, you knew the match was over. So if he was wrestling your guy and he hit the perfect plex, you knew the match was over. And I hated Kurt Hennig, like absolutely hated Kurt Hennig. But I had respect, as I became older, I respected how they ran kayfabe and, like just how, it all worked. So I thought Jude would like that.
Yeah, Kurt Hennig, Mr. Perfect was my dude. I used to like him a lot.
Well, guys, you've been going for 4 hours.
Ooh, it was a long one.
Mm-mm-mm.
Did you get through all your tools?
All the good ones.
No.
All the ones we're talking about. Man, why don't we wrap it for the night? Man, a lot of people stuck around too.
Yeah, you still got 43 people there.
Yeah.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah, I think we maxed out around 70 or so tonight. So good viewership. Oh, you're right. I don't have any power. I don't have any power tools. Oh my God, you're right. It's all hand tools and specialty tools. Wow. I just realized that. Huh. I wonder why. I don't know, but you're right, Brian. I don't have power tools today. I have to restock on some, I'll tell you that. But all right, well, why don't we wrap it? I want to thank everybody for being on the chat tonight. It was a very good turnout. Thanks for spending your Saturday night / Sunday morning with us. It was great to see everyone. Thank you all for the super chats. I appreciate that very, very much. It helps me grow and keeps the videos coming. Brian, it's always great to see you, man. I'm glad you had a chance to spend all the time with us. If you ever want to jump on sometime, let me know. I'd be happy to have you. Bocce, JWC Tech, Ed the Old Tech Guy, Andrew Leitz, Quick Wrench, of course. Schmitty, great to see you. Ian Lloyd, of course, great to see you. Man, we had such a good turnout tonight. Who else am I missing?
Everybody that was commenting. Pat Paulson.
Yeah, Pat Paulson, Sergio.
Tarek.
Biggie
Sergio.
Fitz, of course. Biggie, thank you so much for joining on.
Larry B. Tell Cardi I said hi.
And everyone else who was in the chat, thank you so much for spending the time. I don't do live live streams very often. I should probably do them a little more frequently because they seem to be pretty popular and they have a good turnout. It's a fun time just to hang out with guys and talk. And my very special thanks to Cass, Jude, and Mark for joining us on the panel tonight. So thank you guys. I appreciate your time as always and your insights, and it's a good conversation. All right. I still have a video coming up in the morning, so I'm also going to make a regular. What's that?
2 for heck yeah! I was already.
I know.
Thinking,
So
man.
you get the live stream tonight, and then you get my regular scheduled video for the morning, which is what is it? Oh, it's a Cornwell 3/4 inch air impact repair.
Nice.
So that's coming up, and then I'm going to do a regular Tools in the Hall recorded version of this tool haul, because the recorded videos get more viewership than the live sessions do. So I'm going to kind of double down, and so if you saw it tonight, you're going to see it again probably in a few weeks.
No, that'll be perfect because I only really saw about the last 6 tools you brought out. So
Well, you'll get a chance to see all the new stuff.
yeah,
Stuff you didn't see. So, all right, Evan, thank you very much, and we'll just keep watching the videos on the channel. I appreciate your viewership and your subscriptions, and I certainly appreciate the super chats tonight. It all goes to a good place and keeps things rolling here. So until next time, and I will do a live stream, in a sooner interval than we've been doing them. We will catch you all later. So remember, until then, use a tool. Don't be one.
I just don't have it in me tonight. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I just don't have